Ah, what's good, baby? Kind of hoping this works. But then I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yo, audio good. Testing, testing. That's not bad. We can run it. This is wild. If I go here, it's good. Right? Good. Oh, and that's working. Yeah. Switch on. Oh, that's working. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, that's working. We're getting there. How do you invert your screen? Get away. How do you invert your screen? Get away. Oh, no, 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 leave it, leave it, leave it. Oh, I'm going to take over here in a second. Uh, okay, so I'm not seeing. Okay, so I'm not seeing YouTube comments. Okay, so I'm not seeing. Okay, so I'm not seeing. Yo, Harsh, is the YouTube comments aren't showing up on the Streamlabs chat box, like the URL? Is it enabled? Because like it's working on my iPhone now, so I can just run it like this. So when I type in from here on Twitch, it pops up, but nothing from YouTube. True?
They're not yet. Are you not live on YouTube?
Yeah.
So you came back?
It's live on both. Yeah, Streamlabs is working good. What up, Mini Moto? What's up, Blunt Man? You guys are commenting on YouTube. If you can come to Twitch, be able to actually comment. You hear what I'm saying, Harsh?
Yeah, but that's if I get you different links. Are there comments on YouTube?
Yeah. Oh shit, we're probably approaching California, huh?
62 miles.
62?
2.5 minutes time.
Definitely, you guys can start commenting on Twitch. See if I see them. What up, Sean? Yeah, I know, right? We out here. Rad's driving. Good Rad.
You didn't hold me up very long.
DK Vandy, there we go. I see. How far out are you guys? We're
That line switch.
about 7 hours. Yo, Justin, do you have any green? Some leaf, some lettuce, some broccoli? Oregano. No, Justin, definitely not. California, my home.
I think this thing is this thing is a handful.
What?
This might be as a handful. With wind and what? And turn this house in there?
It's what?
It's a handful. $32%.
All right, Harsh, if you can fix it. He said he's got some salad. Isn't that weird?
Oh, but did you get the chat going? Yes. You tripped out with that? It's kind of reflecting off of the.
What up, Cleaster?
That's my thing. What up, bruh? If please tell us to know 225 in the morning, what time? 5 minutes? We have to get one. It's a lot of stuff. Whoa.
Is there anyone?
Zoom it, man.
I want to zoom in.
So freaking big. Are you gonna do it at what time?
This needs to go a little bit.
Do you know what the time here?
What is that? Why is it?
Is that just the light?
It's that one?
Okay, so whoa.
Whoa. The what? Dude,
The light on in the bathroom.
none of these lights work.
The light in the hallway. It's working.
Is that good? All right. Is there anyone behind us?
No, it's clear. Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Let's check out all kinds of shit.
How's that for lighting? True? Hey, that's some studio light. Woo! Ah.
Oh, watch out. December.
Someone might say it's hard to see. Dude, imagine driving through checkpoint in this, dude. Is this seat heated? Or did you just lay some hot gas down on this thing, dude? Does it feel heated? Brad,
What's up?
is this heated?
Yeah, I think the seat is heated.
You think it's heated?
Yeah, I don't know if it's hot in that seat.
Dude, I'm getting hot as shit, dude.
What button did you press?
No way did they have heated seats in 1999. This
Oh,
thing,
yeah, they did.
really?
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to block my eyes like it's green. I have no idea. Oh,
Is that better, Rad?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Ah! Imagine someone just driving like that in the other direction.
Let me line up the console and read it. It's one of these fuckers.
No, officer. I haven't been drinking.
Much.
Leave me alone.
Rear cam. Yep, heat right there.
Rad.
It's off.
Dear Lord, Jesus Christ. I can't believe I've driven thousands of miles in this thing and I just realized it's fucking heated seats.
How do you turn it off?
You just did.
I did not. I turned it off and off.
You guys are on YouTube and commenting. I can't read the comments on there for some reason, but if you want to come on over to Twitch, I can see every Twitch comment. I don't know why, we're having issues with this. It's weird. But whatever. It is what it is. Come on down. Oh, what time are we hitting? 2:45 in the morning? That's a hard, I don't know. What up, Power Daddy? Yeah, I'm sure there's people over there on YouTube saying what's up, and I'm sorry, but for some reason the comments aren't popping up for me. I'm also live on Twitch, so if you guys want to come on over and comment on Twitch, I'm more than able to read it there. That's the situation we're in, guys. How far do we have left? Probably like 7 hours. I'm gonna be so cooked. All the homies are gonna be rolling over and knocking on our door. They're gonna be like, "Hurry up! We're ready to go ride." We be RVing, Billy Bob. We be RVing. Oh yeah, Cleaster. I'm excited. It's been a long time since I've been up there, obviously. So we'll see. We shall see. I'll be streaming until I can. 7 hours isn't too bad, but it's pretty long. It's pretty long when you're what? So it's not working for you either?
Yeah, so for me during the race stream, the chat box isn't even working right.
I mean, Twitch is populating on it, which is so weird, you know? So we're having difficulties loading comments on YouTube. So that's that. Hey, Rad,
Yeah.
can I use your phone to read some YouTube comments? Kick shows up. We aren't even live on Kick, are we?
Which platform?
YouTube. I can thank you, sir. What up, GMX? What up, Steve and Jenna? Yeah, the door behind me does keep me. Jesus. What's up, GMX? Shot rat. He hooked it up. Dude, this road is botched.
You got a home tag.
What?
You got a home tag.
What?
You got a home tag.
I got honked at?
The fucking semi home tag you.
That semi honking? All right, it's time to start making some time. We're jumping in the left lane, boys. The guy who honked at us, we're coming for you.
Hey, go like this and you go, we're going full send.
Wait, how did that come off?
It just picks up.
Oh yeah, that's a full send. That's a full send trophy right there,
Hey,
boy.
show the peeps. Oh, you gotta go the other way.
Go 9-9 Rat. Thanks, dude. I don't know why it doesn't work, Blunt Man. Wait, you're in California, Blunt Man? Where in California? I would love. Dude, that semi's hauling ass. It's going 75 and I ain't running them down.
Hey, let's turn the vibrate back here.
You said you're vibrating?
Yeah. Like a bent axle.
Bent axle?
That's right. I don't like that feeling. Go too fast.
God damn it. Are you fucking kidding me, Rad?
No, it feels like.
Don't tell me there's a bent axle.
This thing is wobbling at that speed. It's not good.
That wobble is
I don't know what it is.
it's a figment of your imagination, Rad.
Give me a non-balanced tire. I don't know.
All right, later, Harsh. Thanks, dude, for looking into it. Nah, you're good. Fuck it. No, did you take a shit, Rad?
No.
Smells like it, doesn't it? How's it feel right now at 65? All right, we're going to set it. Yo, Blunt Man, you going to be up at 2 or 3 a.m.? Are you in LA? I'm in Sacramento. Dave's Ghost is in LA. Hell yeah. Hong Kong. Val Bus, come on through. Come on through. GMX, we chilling, dude. It'd really help if GMX and Bluntman and Dave's Ghost. I mean, Manhattan Beach. Oh, nice. Upscale. That's very nice. That's very nice. But if you guys want to, where you guys at right now? We're at mile marker 485. So we got probably another 4 hours till LA. 3 or 4 hours, I'm guessing. Yeah, you'll be up when you wake up. I might still be streaming. Yeah. GMX Bluntman and Dave's Ghost. You guys can come on over to Twitch and comment. So much easier for me to read it over there. I just hate to say it. I'm pretty anxious for the track, but I mean, I just feel like the Spidey H2 definitely put a wrench in the track day because all of March was supposed to be dedicated to building these bikes in the RV. I mean, the RV is fine as it is, but I would have liked to drop a lot more weight off it before we left. And the CX6 auto blipper still isn't fully functional. I don't know what in the hell is going on. I'm going to go to every single CX6 rider out there that has a track bike and see if anyone has the same IRC setup. Damn, because it's killing me. Oh, there's Dan Franco on a motorcycle. Oh, dude, Dan Franco, of course. It's highly recommended you come out on Saturday just to literally hang out. Like it is, yeah, dude, take as many pictures and videos as you want. It's open to the public, completely free. There's bathrooms, there's a restaurant. You can hang out literally all day. There's even a Tesla supercharger if you have a Tesla. It's coming up with some Olies. Dave's Ghost, the track is Button Willow Raceway. So it's about 2 hours from you, 3 hours north. Supernar, we just ended up canceling the reservation. It was too much of a hassle. The guy was talking about being late. And then he was like, I also need a helmet. And he didn't have that to his booking. And then he probably was going to go off-roading. And he didn't have that on his booking. So it's just too much to handle. So we dipped off. Dave's Ghost, you got to come out. It's gonna be a spectacle. Let me just say that. It'll be great. I'm really sad I wasn't able to bring the dime blade. I'm definitely banking on. I'm banking on using some other people's bikes to be able to smash some wheelies. I mean, I can do some wheelies on the ZX6, but like, I can't wheelie past people from straight with my ZX6. I mean, maybe. I have to be so sick with it, though. Let's see. It's been a long time since I've actually gotten to ride that bike. I mean, I rode it that one time Jigsaw Bros here, down 89, but after that, throttle started giving out. I really haven't done a stress test on it. The dime blade was so close to being done, and then I'm going to remove the filter, and I drilled through. The filter hasn't been removed and replaced for years, probably. Definitely years. At least 2, maybe 3. Dude, Dave's Ghost. You gotta ride your Harley out there. There's no reason not to. The weather's supposed to be great. Last time I saw Max Wrist in person, probably 2021? Yeah, 2021, when we split ways. It was when I went to, last time I saw Rristy was when I bought the Aprilia Tuono. I went there after he crashed, really bad into that guardrail accident. Oh wait, no, I wasn't there for that accident. Oh shit, we got cops up here. I don't think there's anyone pulled over. Hopefully he's filing paperwork and not getting back on the highway because I hope Jane looked at the registration. Already got a hotel room like 50 minutes away from the track. My 3-year-old son loves it. Like, oh, dude, he's going to have a blast. Dave's Ghost, the name of the track is Button Willow Raceway. BUTTONWILLOW Space Raceway. And tomorrow, all the influencers will be in garages 11 to 12. Jeez. I need to start an Instagram DM all the influencers and let them know what the deal is. Oh man, Max Risk brand. I am very. I mean, I'm not as tied to it anymore, but man, when I and Rristy first got together, and you know, it was in the beginning days, I was fully 300% passionate about it. Like I was so passionate about it. I dropped out of college and I literally have like an unreasonable amount of credit hours left. Not finished. You know, I had like 3 or 4 credit hours to get like a dual major, a triple minor at Purdue University, which is pretty prestigious, you know. And dude, I completely dropped out. It's twice. The first time was to move out to California and work with my buddy on just hustle. No foundation, nothing. You know, I had like $1,200 in my pocket and a pipe dream. And so I bought a dirt bike that was completely in pieces for like a $200 or something. It was a CR250. And I was like, I'm going to put this together and I'm going to sell it. And that's how we're going to make rent the first time. But we moved to California the first time. Dropped out, moved to Cali in like this had to have been 2015, like 14. And our pure goal was to mine cryptocurrency because the place I was renting for $1,000 a month had all utilities included. So we were just going to run fucking power and just cash it. We did. But we hit back in the day, Dogecoin was just created, and it was the easiest, bar none to mine. Like we mined millions of Doge. Like I'm talking hundreds of millions of Doge. But and at the time it was worth nothing, and so I was like, fuck it. I didn't even look after that hard drive really. But yeah, no, we were big into crypto. Like when I was in college, my super senior year, I started trading Bitcoin as like a side job. So I was literally just back in the day, it used to be like a Craigslist. Like you didn't even have to have any information. Plug in your email, it could be just made up, and then plug in a password, and then you're basically just finding connections with people online to pay cash for Bitcoin. They just scan a QR code, hand you cash, you don't have to say much to each other, and you walk away. But I ended up buying my first motorcycle for 12 Bitcoin. And at the time, it was like $100 a coin, so it was a $1,200 bike, and I bought a CR250R, 2001, I think. Something weird. Sorry. That like shifting. Yeah, no, and then when I like initially I had a action sports media company, right? And I was just going to I would get media passes to all the Red Bull events, Red Bull Rampage, Red Bull Straight Rhythm. What was another one? There was Dreamline. There was Travis Pastrana was racing those cars. I forget what that was called. There was the plane racing. What else? Um, and so I was like, all right, I started going out and like filming and editing those and then like licensing that content out, which was fine. But it wasn't like paying enough. And so I was like, okay, I want to manage social media influencers because it's just, I would love to do that. Like I would love to just hook up the brand deals and help them like turn a lot of money. And man, when I first stumbled on the first video of Max Risk YouTube, he had like 20,000 subscribers. I was like, this is something that I've never witnessed on. This is like movie production quality, and the anonymity, the savageness, the no fucks given, and the ability to actually just press this superbike in a foreign country. And the story was just incredible. Like I was blown away, and when I first I hit up Rristy, I emailed him, he emailed me right back, and he's like, "Let's jump on a call." And so we did like a Google Hangout, and I pitched him on myself. I told him, here's what I can do for you. And we hit it off immediately. And he just started sending me hard drives. And so what I was doing is I was just, backing up all of his footage. And then he's like, you got to start editing. And so I was like, okay. And I just started editing. I just tried as hard as I could to edit everything. And it worked out really well. And then one day he booked a ticket to California. And that's when I shit my pants. I was like, you can't do this in America. You're going to get screwed. Da, 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 da. He's like, well, I'm coming. Give me a bike. I'm going to be there. And I was like, ain't no way. The liability is so astronomical, but screw it. I went all in. I grabbed I forget, it was like $6,000 or something, and I threw it at some Superbike rental company. And so they hooked us up with a Ducati 959 for a couple days, and then the S1000RR. And so I ended up buying 4 or 5 GoPros, and I just I kitted the bike out, right? The S1K rental everywhere. Yeah, I got him the 15 S1K. Well, it was a rental, right? I mounted all these GoPros everywhere, all over it, and I had one on his swing arm that was really all the mounts on it were extremely tight. But I had the GoPro so far away, so it could look up the swing arm and see all the way up the bike. And you're at the snake, dude, and he's shredding it, and he ends up leaning so far over that it scrapes the mount and lifts up the rear tire, and he low sides. And my heart dropped, dude, because there were people there. He had fans. But one thing I never wanted the Max Risk brand to ever, it's ironic now, but I never wanted the Max Risk brand to ever be associated with crashing. I wanted him to be the most flawless rider ever. No mistakes. He is perfection on the streets. And so when he crashed, I ran down there, I grabbed everyone's phones, pleaded contact, I freaking got on the bike, rolled it down the hill, had my buddy pick him up in the truck, and then I had to race to a nearby shop to get another clip on. And I had to pour another $4,000 into the rental because the guy who we were renting it from really screwed us. Obviously, bike came back crashed. But that night I had no idea how to rebuild stuff or anything. I just strapped it to the ceiling with my hands. And ended up doing it. It was funny too. We were like going out for a test ride, and he's leaving the driveway, and I put the flip-on bar too far forward on the right, and so he's taking a left, and the front brake hit the fairing and just stopped him, and he just dumped the bike again. And instead of dumping it this time, he like tried to hang on to it, and he just rips the fucking throttle tube off, and I'm like, dude, this sucks. So I like smashed it back on, and then grabbed electrical tape and just like electrical tape the shit out of it. So like if you ever see the Lambo wheelie video, it's so funny because you'll see on his handle the throttle the electrical tape. Anyway, after that trip, we realized, you know, those videos, the Lambo video when he did the wheelie past him, and then the McLaren and the Porsche 918, and then those videos blew this. Those were next level. That was next level content. No one else is doing this shit. I still remember like the scenes. And, oh my god, dude! I was living in a mansion with the boys. We had everyone over in the motorcycle community. I definitely inspired some names that day. Derek or whatever from Phoenix. He was there back then. Years ago, he didn't have any following, and no one had any followers really. It was like deal with Dan. What up, Dan? What up? It was like, oh shoot, my earbud go out. It's still here. Next pass edits were live. It was such a good, like just the brand. It was so good. I had an entire comic character, superhero character laid out. Oh my god, I had the origins of it. I had a full story. I was ready to like pitch it and sell it to Marvel. I don't know what I would do with a random avocado. Man, I'd throw it or hug it. If someone gave it to me, I'll give it a hug. Just because it meant something to them. It's your gesture, right? You gotta show love. Can you hear me? Is the audio still going? Mini moto. Want me? Can you hear me? Is there anyone on Twitch? Yeah, no, that's all. That's all we ever learned was, you know, Rristy taught me. He was like, "Sounds good. All right. What up, QBK? You seeing you this weekend? Oh yeah, gonna be dope. Dan Franco's gonna be there. But yeah, Rristy initially was just like, dude, you just smack it, just hit it. And so like when he was in Italy and he was, you know, sentenced to prison, um, that's when I dropped out of college and I went full throttle at it, literally, figuratively, however you want to say it. But yeah. So when he went to prison, I was his power of attorney, and I had to ensure that his bikes made it overseas, came back to America. That was a rough process. You know, it was rough, and I was dealing with like a crazy ex-girlfriend of his. It was wild. I still remember the time when I was like sleeping on my couch, like, would wake up to like thousands of dings, messages, phone calls, what the fuck? And his sentencing was, like this is like huge news in Italy. Like I kept the newspapers with him like making the front page and everything. It was so iconic. It was so iconic. And yeah, once I got his motorcycles over there, that was a rough trip. I went from Indianapolis down to Florida, all the way back up to Indianapolis, my Honda Civic by myself in one trip. And once I got those bikes back, I I put them both in the house, and I would go out and ride the CBR pretty regularly. Actually, I'm so pissed. We should have kept that. I don't ride with him anymore because he's far ways away. If we were in the same area, we would definitely ride together. But now he doesn't ride street anymore, evidently. He's like all in on this track thing and racing track and da 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 da. But we'll probably be going to the track with, he's coming out to Phoenix to ride the track. I'm sure he's going to be like, yo, you want to ride some H2s? He's not going to be like, I only ride the track. Like, so I think he'll have some fun on that for sure. That's really it. I mean, when we went our separate ways, we kind of went our separate ways. Like my wife and I, like, we hit the road in the RV. I gave away that R6, the Dirty Birdie, and I ended up going to New York. So we drove across the country and then came back around and then started living in Tucson. And then I was like, screw it. Let's go live off grid for a couple of years. We're going to make a lot of money doing it. And Jake's brother passed away. I mean, things just, you don't really, I don't know. Trippy thought, but I don't think, what do you call it? What do you call that? When you think you're making decisions, but you're not actually making them. It's called, come on, what's the saying? Free will. I don't really believe free will exists at the end of the day. And if you look at what I do, it seems like I have quite the free will, but my life has been heavily manipulated by events that I had no control over. And I try to be the most free will as anyone can possibly be, but they're just things in life you can't control, and they will actually shape who you are. If I could, like before Dimebag passed away, I was at an all-time high. I had everything I ever wanted. Like I don't think I was so fulfilled in life. It was like I didn't even know what to do. I just kept enjoying life basically. But I remember I took shrooms. I went to this festival with my nephew, and I took way too many. And I was fine though. I'm good on them, but like once I smoke a little weed on them, and if I'm like actually like kind of cooking, I fall off fast. I really fall off fast. We were at like this festival, right? We were like just chilling. And we were in like a little like a little patch of trees. There's a food truck around there. And like, want to smoke a doobie? Yeah. We started smoking the doobie, and like, dude, I'm not even like 2 puffs into the doobie, and then I start getting like loud, and I'm explaining to him the fourth dimension. I'm quite like articulate when I'm on mushrooms too. So I was just like straight up explaining to him the fourth dimension and how it works. And I don't like study this stuff. I don't know how exactly it works, but I truly believe I understand the fourth dimension. But at that point, I was just rambling, dude, and I was talking out loud, and And it was crazy because like these undercover cops came and sat down near me, and I immediately stopped and just I saw right through them because you can really when you're on something like that, you can definitely can see through a lot of things. And I called them out. Basically, we bailed fast. It got better fast. And it got to the point where I was like, you know what? I took a video afterward. I like just posted. But I was basically explaining how fulfilled I am, how everything's so good, and everything's so that I have everything. And then the night I get home from the cross country H2 trip, I drove all the way back by myself that night. That night, that woke up, wife and I went on a nice walk, and then boom, find out that he passed away that morning, and shattered me, shattered to it, and then I mean maybe like 2 or 3 weeks after that, I had another life changing event that hit me even lower, and then January 1st, the garage caught fire. The homeowner wouldn't fix it, and so I was just like, "Yo, I can't continue to live here." He died in a motorcycle accident, and it was crazy. It was like I'm like, and it's one of those things where it's like, "Oh, this could have been avoided. This could have been," but dude, the series of events was so thought out that there was no chance it could have gone any other way. And like he woke up that morning to go to work. He worked pretty far away. He had the nicest Heelite airbag vest you could buy, which would have saved his life. But that morning he got into an argument with someone and didn't put it on. Left in a hurry on his CVR. And there's one road where it's like really straight, really long, and pretty fast. There's semis on it. Pretty gnarly. And people can also like turn left, and people can turn in front of you and stuff. It's a two-way road, two-way, 2 lanes. And some car took a left turn in front of him, and he hit the front brakes, and the Fireblade brakes, like they're no joke. Like, they're dual disc, and he had it. It was so well, like freaking, it's very sensitive. One finger brakes. He hit it too hard. He went over the handlebars. The bike flipped over. The subframe impaled him. And he was laying there in the street. And it was the exact same crash that happened to Rat, basically. Except Rat was wearing an airbag vest, so the subframe didn't, go through Rat. But Rat still broke every rib but one. And Rat had the cheapest Heelite airbag that still saved his life. And then after that happened to Don, he was laying there, and then cars were still flying by. For some reason, people didn't stop traffic, and a semi ran him over, and they ran. So there's really no getting around what horrible that happened. Crazy. Wait, TMX? Freaking 94? Dude, bitter thing. Yeah, it is horrible. It changed me, Before that, I was like such a happy person, always like, what's good, baby? Like, I loved it. Like, man, I was so close to him. Shit, you got to go visit his grave. That's where, Visalia, that's where we're going. A lot of memories there. And, yeah, I miss him so much. That's life. Big thing with bike life is, like, depending on how early you get in, but a lot of people get in, like, after they move out of their parents' house or, midlife, early midlife crisis kind of thing, whatever. If you can survive your 20s on a motorcycle, you're probably going to be okay for the rest of your life, you know? But that was the reason that moved us to Phoenix, right? And so that forced us to move to Phoenix. We had so many assets like the motorcycles, RVs, cars, whatever. Like, we had to get a decent house set up, so we did. And then, we're renting this place and we're happy and fine there. But then, oh, the homeowner just, hey, I'm kicking you guys out. Either you buy this or get the fuck out. And so my wife and I are like, we're not, this is way too expensive for this house. So again, life-changing event you can't do anything about. So we had to buy a house. I was like, I'm sick of moving, sick of dealing with homeowners. I need to live by my own rules, without any homeowners association bullshit. And we were forced to buy this house. And it's crazy how the house situation worked out too, because we were the first ones to view it. We met the homeowner. She loved us, and she only wanted to sell it to us. We immediately sent an offer that day, covering all concessions and everything, full asking, and we made it happen. And like when I say we made it happen, like buying a house is not an easy process. It's not a quick process, especially if you're doing social media. It's literally a pain in the ass, and a lot of accounting, a lot of paperwork. Basically, want everything about you. And yeah, I don't know. Free will, it's a crazy thing. Does it exist? I don't think so. Everyone's got it's gone for days about how trippy it is. So it's best to just kind of like not think too much about everything and just kind of enjoy what it is. It's really, that's really the best advice I can give. Don't be, you know, what I think is one of the craziest things is that the education system like fails to teach you financial. Uh, they fail to teach you like financial intelligence. How you say it. We kind of manage your finances. I mean, luckily I went to college for it, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like the only thing I learned in high school is how to balance a checkbook, which is just simple addition, subtraction. But I mean, literally one of the first things they teach you in school should just be like skills. Like, here, let's teach you skills, right? Most selection, most prices, second. And yearly use of marijuana, right? We'll wait till we get to LA. Ooh, I might be able to swing by Rristy's. Pick up a little nougat. That's all I need. Oh no, there's actually stuff there. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely the education system is something that's seriously need to reform. I don't like it. One of the major things that bothers me is like financial literacy. That's that they should teach you how to keep money, how to make money, keep money, and earn money. Earning money is different than making money too. I think one of the craziest things as a human is like everyone's so We're gonna go through some rough patches of reception. Are we still live? Is it still live? I can't tell. Oh, we're live. Not bad. My favorite bike, man. I got a lot. Hurt. I can't do coasters. I can't drive like a power wheel. Like a motherfucker. I have no problem throwing, my first year on superbikes. Yeah, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get why there's. I actually, what am I saying? Of course, I understand. It's simple. We're about to go through the waypoint for California. Total. We ask some questions. When you go into California, it's like you're going into. It's like you're coming from Mexico into America. It's damn. You got to go incognito here. The 15 and 19 S1000 perk is leagues ahead of that 13, 14. All right, all vehicles must stop. We're going through the. You guys want to see it? Probably not. It's a little spotty. It's crazy because they have like, when you enter California, they take your photo. They photo. What?
What's going on?
We're entering California, but they take a photo of your face. Definitely run through the system. I don't have I constantly have different faces. I don't know if that makes sense, but like how you have a face scanner to open your face. What does this say? Trucks. We're not truck. And they have like infrared scanners to measure their bodies. Make sure you're not bringing much people in. There's not even anyone here. Isn't the Gen 2 S1K the 15 to 19? Isn't that Gen 2? Well, sir, it is. Yeah, I owned one. I had a Gen 2. One of my favorite bikes. Here you go. Welcome to California. Here's the sign. This car behind me is ready to go all out. The 12 to 14 or Gen? Yes, I have ridden Gen 2s. Yeah, no, definitely the 15 to 19 are some of the most dialed super bikes I've made. And the 15s, far not my favorite. I love the red and white, but I'm also biased because of Max Rristy. Dude, Power Daddy, you gotta ride a newer bike. They're top notch. Top notch. I do think they're getting a little too advanced. I don't like the new S1Ks. 2020 I rode, 2021 I rode, 2022 I think I rode, and I didn't like any of them. And the reason being, it's like I'm like a heavy. I want good products. So like the 2020 S1000, when it comes, if you get one of the newer Gen S1Ks, dude, it has throttle lag. It's got way too much thinking for my liking. Um, I like to be able to traction control, ABS. I want to be able to turn both those off whenever you don't like it. But yeah, I mean, you get on them and they just lag. Like, if I give a Superbike full throttle, I should not be able to like think in my head like, yo, when's it's gonna rip my face off? It should already happen. I prefer rod too, to a degree, right? Like it is nice to have ABS. And the R1M was nice because it had like slide control, which is great for like corner exiting at the track, and obviously electronic suspension's awesome. You can dial that in really easy. But Joe, if you guys are on YouTube watching, I can't read the comments. I mean, I have it on my lap here, but the text is so small, it's very difficult for me to read. So if you can, I put bowling cables in my pocket. I don't like the ZX10. I like the Gixxer 1000. I mean, I haven't worked on a new one. I need to rebuild a new Gixxer. Those new Gixxers are awesome. Oh my god, they're so light, clickable, power's all there. And the dash, I don't like all the colors and bullshit on the dash. I have horrible ADHD. I can't even I can't do the foam mount on the dash unless I'm on like an adventure bike. I'm definitely not putting a foam mount on my super bike because I will look at that and I'm definitely gonna have dementia at the young age. I really don't want to deal with. I've had some weird moments, like when I'm riding, and then all of a sudden I'll just forget that I'm riding. It's really weird. I haven't had it happen in a while. I missed my own 2006. I mean, ZX10R won't touch a 15 as a 1000 double R. Not much touches the 15 to 19 SPKs, the 186. The only thing that'll do it is the H2. And that's when K will do great to like 170. And that's when the H2 just goes bye bye. Yeah, but if you guys from YouTube come on over to Twitch, like or read the comments, definitely help me keep going. Yeah, maybe fast and top. I mean, I mean, yeah. And people can build bikes. Yeah, you can build a damn CBR 1000. Shit, I had a buddy that had a turbo R6 stretch. He used to beat up on bikes too. Yeah, the turbo R6. His name was Steve Holland in Chicago. That was fun. That's when I found out my Toyota was lacking a lot of power. Yeah, it did a 400 for your first bike. You're like 200, you're over 200 pounds, or over 180 pounds. It has engine 650. But damn, my 2015 S1000. Yeah, Power Daddy, I probably will. I don't know though. The Spidey H2 trip, I definitely wanted to do something different. Like I've just gone across the country so many times from east to west, like I honestly, and west to east. Like I know most. It's crazy because I know most of the roads I take. I'm obviously getting quite familiar with them. But dude, I'm ready for some shakers. Dude. I mean, I want to supercharge the Hayabusa I have. That's a 650 horses. Dude, that thing's dumb. Right? I was talking to Dixon about it today, and he was like, no one supercharged their boosters. And I was like, exactly. And he was like, it's because it sucks. And I was like, why does it suck? He's like, because it's not reliable. I'm like, superchargers are definitely more reliable than turbos. No, turbo. But I was like, 650 horses. It's a fatty dude. It's so crazy when you first drive an RV. I remember I turbo. Yeah, the boost is like shit. It's definitely a fucking ass bike, but I'll tell you what, if you've never ridden one, definitely worth riding. It's so comfortable. It's a great date bike too. Like if you want to take a girl out on like a date, like we're on the boost. It's comfortable for her. It's fast for you. It's not that scary at high speeds. You know, it's not screaming by any means. But yeah, boosters are great. I don't know. I have one. I didn't even. I kind of wanted one, and then my buddy hit me up and was like, "Yo, get this one." And luckily, things fall into my lap, so I got it for $1,000. But yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna sell it. Jane's dad, my wife's dad, loves it, so I don't think I like debate putting a supercharger on it because I don't want him to be like, dude, I can't ride this anymore. This thing's just too crazy. I don't know if you can ride a 650 horsepower bike and be chill. You know, I don't. That was fun, but I don't know if it'd be comfortable. God, why? Dude, that'd be fun. Short bus. This thing's huge. I could definitely go picking up homies and going on a dope trip. But it's just, yeah, it's a lot. It's also like the Boost is a bike too. Like you're not, if someone gets on it, gets on your Boosta, they're not like gonna go. They're gonna maybe go fast in a straight line, but like at the end of the day, they're gonna slow down pretty early. The weight of it overall like makes people nervous. Like it's not as nimble as everyone's or near as nimble, but dude, I got this RV for like $8,000 back in the day, and it was a certificate of destruction. This is great. I'm still wild. I mean, this like, I'm not like crazy in terms of like the way I ride or anything. There's definitely days. You know, the average motorcyclist or starting motorcyclist, and the average motorcyclist probably looks at the stuff I do. And wow, this guy's on definitely it's not it's crazy, but like been doing it for so long. I know where to do it. Quite smart when it comes to when I'm doing it too. And I do have a lot of experience with it, and I have settled down. Like I'm not doing crazy lanes with it, 150 or anything done like that. I'm not taking unnecessary risks. I don't street race at all. I just spirit riding and stuff. But I am still wild when it comes to what I believe is achievable. Like the buggy, for example, the R1 buggy. I'm gonna drive that shit across the country. No one's gonna believe it until I do it. And luckily, I have a really cool neighbor that's gonna help me out with it. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna give that away. So I'm gonna get it. You don't need to have a motorcycle license. You can drive it. It's a car. You're gonna be driving a superbike car across the country. I'm confident I can do it. And he was like, "You're crazy." I said, "No, I'm entertaining." I'm like, "Listen, you would never watch my content. But you look at this, and I tell you I'm going to drive this across the country, and I guarantee you'll watch that video." He's like, "Yeah, I will." I'm very interested to see how that goes. Exactly. I don't know if the Twitch comments are working again. Like I see them, they come in like a dozen at a time. Yo, Power Daddy, if you can drop a comment, you can make sure I can see it. Anyone can put it. Yeah, RV, right? Certificate of destruction. Holy shit. It was certificate of destruction means totaled out by insurance. Then you can refresh it. There we go. I see Power Daddy. So I traded like my Murano I had at the time. I don't have an S1K anymore. I sold it to buy my house. But yeah, so like certificate of destruction, right? I was in California at the time. Rristy and I were living together. We made like $20,000 in a month. And I was like, holy shit, we were splitting this evenly. You know, we were 50-50 business partners. So we each got 10K. And I was like, let's get the RVs. Let's travel the United States. Let's try something we always wanted to do. And so we did it. And I found this RV for $8,000, right? And I was like, all right, it was in Florida. It had hurricane damage. Full, you know, it was some horrible hurricanes, water damaged out. And I called him. I was like, does it start? He's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, perfect. So Rristy's like family lives in Florida, so he was gonna like go there, get an RV, and then like meet in South Dakota for sturgeon. And I was like, yeah, all right, just take me across the country and then Toronto, and then drop me off at this dealership. Or no, I'll drop you off with your bike, and then I'll trade into Toronto for this RV, and I'll drive it to South Dakota. Wild, because certificate of destruction, right? And so it's not registered. So I just got insurance for it. Dude, I start taking off. I don't even make it like 15 miles, and I just hear boom, gunshot. I'm like, there goes the tire, and the tires are just dry rotted, you know. And so I tried to fix the tire myself. I was literally so delusional. I was like, okay, I'm going to change an RV tire really quick. I'm going to throw on the spare and keep going because I had a flight out of South Dakota that I had to make to get home. Then pack up all my shit and go. But I was dropping the RV off at an Indian reservation because there was a fan was like, hey, you can leave your RV here. And I was like, okay. Yeah, anyway, I made it across the country. I even ran out of gas in the RV because the gas gauge wasn't working. And I'm just driving and the thing just dies on me. So I had to run to the nearest exit. The nearest exit was Maxie Road. But, dang, holy twist, your gate is bolts, dude. My Twitch is real Mad Max. Sorry, I look down every once in a while to see what's going on here. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you guys got to comment on Twitch. You got to comment on Twitch. I can't read the YouTube. I gotta start putting stuff up on the. Yo, what if the first giveaway item that's up for grabs that you can buy with bolts is a Gixxer 750? That one in my garage that I'm building. That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty nasty. It's like, oh yeah, giving away a motorcycle while watching live. What up, Raven Wolf? Who's coming to Smira this weekend? Anyone coming to Buffalo Saturday or Sunday this weekend? Gonna get to see the battle bus in person. Fully twisted. You're down for that? How many bolts should it be? Probably 5,000 bolts. I mean, you could gamble them. You could rack them up pretty quick, I bet. God damn it, TMX. Come on over to Twitch. Download it, log in, make a new account. I'm really curious to know who's going to throw the. So all the influencers are getting transponders, meaning their laps are going to be timed. So we're going to have a ranking system for all the influencers and in the fastest times. My guess, the top five out of 15 influencers, fastest. Here they are. Here's my guesses. There is a wild card coming from Miami, Florida, and he's bringing a like a fully built R1, a track weapon R1. Yeah, fully twisted. It's literally, it doesn't matter. Like, everyone's going to have lap times to be on this list. Even if you're running in group C or B or A. If you're an influencer, you can run in any group you want at any time of the day. Top 5, dude. Obviously, I'm putting Max Risk up there. That's a guarantee in. I am Carson, guaranteed in. Turbo James, guaranteed in. Saying 420, I'd probably throw him in there as well, unless something happens, unless he has an accident. But I don't think he's going to. And that's the same with Max Risk. See, those are the two. Their last track day, they both had accidents, so that changes the odds a bit. But I still have faith that they're going to be able to dial it in and throw it down. And then I think Blanco's the guy's name from Florida. I think he might be up there. And those are the top 5, I think, in my eyes. There's another guy, King Kaizen from San Diego, but I don't think he doesn't seem like a crazy track rider, like a track addict. There's going to be some people out there, like some amateur racers, trying to absolutely demolish all these influencers. Yeah, of course I recommend doing the track. It's one of the best. It's one of the best skill ways to increase your skills on a motorcycle you'll ever get. You'll never have a better opportunity to gain skills on a motorcycle than the track. No, we're not good. No, we're fine. Go back to bed. Yeah, Jixabro's going to be there, Dan Franco, but yeah. Dude, GMX, I can't read. Dude, GMX 94. You're not 94 years old. You're born in 94. You're 30 years old.
Way to call him out.
Yeah. 30-year-old saying he's 94. Ain't no 94-year-old on YouTube. If they are, they're definitely not typing. Jixabro's going to be there, but I don't think he's going to throw down. I don't think I'm going to be in the top 5. And I've ridden this configuration a shit ton, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll really see. But I don't think Jixabro's going to be able to get in the top 5. Considering Max Risk is a savage, Zane's a savage. I am Carson and Turbo James. They're like amateur level, if not semi. They're insanely good riders. Like they are top tier motherfuckers. And then this Blanco Cycles guy, he's a track addict. He studies. He all he cares about. So. I mean, there's people like me who's like a casual track rider. Jixabra is he could probably put the amount of track days on one hand. And Squid 6, it's his first track day. Thought taken, it's probably his first track day. Nick, the owner of NVT, is riding some fuels. So, I mean, there's no way he's going to be getting with top tier V4 and S1000. Tips on riding. The track day is all day. It starts at 9 a.m. as the first session. The last session will probably be at like 5 or 6 p.m. Who knows? We might even be able to turn on the lights. It's sick. I don't know. See how we can do. The GMX, baby. Uh, but I recommend if you're starting off riding, right, is to find park that's vacant that you know you can ride on, you know you're not getting in trouble, whatever, and just grab some cones and start doing figure eights. Move the cones farther apart, learn downshifting, learn hard acceleration, learn hard braking. When you're applying the front brakes at their maximum level, make sure you're straight up and down and balanced in the middle. And as you lean, you can slowly release the front brake. That's how you maintain traction on the front tire. Always, you look where you're going to go. It's one of the most fundamental rules of riding. Target fixation is real. Look where you want to go. And just practice, practice, practice. Highway hooning is no way to get better at riding. It's a quick way to die. It's a quick way to get in trouble. Financial trouble, legal trouble. I mean, you name it. There's not much, and a lot of people too are like, oh, I'm going to become a social media influencer by being a dumbass on the highway. Everyone's going to see these videos and think, wow, what big balls I have. Wow, I wish I could do this. Wow, this person gives no F's. How cool. But at the end of the day, you can't build a business. You can build a business on illegal behavior, but it's difficult to build a successful business with illegal behavior. I mean, it's like building a house with a foundation of gravel. You know, it's just when's it gonna get out? That was one of the things too when I was with Max Riss was like, you know, initially he proposed to me the breakup, splitting ways and dividing assets, and I was like, oh no, my ego kicked in hardcore. I was like, fuck no, you know how much time I've spent on these videos, and blood, sweat, and tears. You understand? Like my passion kicked in. You know, like you know how much sweat equity I have in on this, but. Or you're good. But then after he shortly after he had the accident with Two Wheel Jesus, and then I was like, fuck. I was still with him during that time. I was helping every way I can. We're still splitting everything 50-50. And then one day I was like, I need mushrooms. So I got some shroomies and I was like, popped them. Just had Jane kind of watch me. And I was like, Jane, I'm going to basically pace back and forth in this RV and just talk out loud. I'm going to talk to this whole situation I'm in. And I'm going to work through it. Because when you take mushrooms, you don't have a bias anymore. You basically release your bias. You don't have an ego. Ego's gone. And you can think very clearly about situations in your life. It's very good for forks in the road situations, but obviously under the right circumstances, guidance, legal zones, whatever. A lot of but and a lot of things we need to know before it's time without knowledge, awareness, doing it legally. Anyway, so I basically just like pace back and forth, just walk fucking through it, and I was just like, didn't take me very long, and I was like, I get very passionate when I talk about things, but like, I need to get the fuck off this train before it derails. I was like, I was like, this train is running on suicidal riding and other people crashing. I was like, what the fuck am I doing attached to this still? Because once Rristy recovered from the 2 Jesus crash, he was just out doing the same shit. And I was like, I can't continue to watch this or be a part of it. You know, liability wise, I was like, fuck. But yeah, that was a big determining factor. So when you think about motorcycle social media stuff, it's a very difficult it's a very difficult career. And you know, you're gonna basically deal with like losing friends, serious legal battles, troubles, hurdles for monetization, all while you're dealing with an incredibly small market. You know, like the motorsports market's pretty big, right? But you got cars and you got motorcycles. Cars is astronomically bigger than motorcycles. So that was the way Max Rist and I like blew up, is by integrating cars versus bikes content. But those two supercars, superbikes, when they intersect, the comments just go off. We'll argue back and forth. And yeah, you're dealing with an incredibly small market. This market is not a financially well-off market either. A lot of people who ride motorcycles are paycheck to paycheck, on payments on their bikes, or you know, they're just trying to get by. I fucking know. I'm still, you know, just scraping by with buying cards, making sure the bills go right and everything. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty. I am in probably the top. Probably in the top 3% of social media motorcycle influencers in terms of earnings, monthly earnings. Uh, Definitely. I'm trying to think of other people who. I think Brian 636 does, but I'm solely speaking on like ad revenue. I mean, if you added merchandise, like Brian 636 would blow me. I think the misguided merch. I don't know how it's doing, but I assume it's going great. I think Brian. I think he's one of the top dogs. Yeah, I think he is the top dog motovlogger. He has been the most consistent since the day I met him. I mean, that was years ago. That was 2020, 2019. And like, I take it on YouTube, man. I went from going daily videos to like not posting for a year and a half because of shit. I definitely think I'm yeah, GMX 94. I mean, it's the thing that people don't realize either. It's like, oh, you're living the dream, but it's like checklist to do during the day. Living a dream right now. It's like ready to create more content, ready to deliver something new, ready to, you know, and I'm all for it. I'm down for these cross country trips forever. Like I am a road warrior. It's kind of like what I consider my classification of specialty in. Like I am cool with going. If they had a road that went entirely around the world, I would. And I would do it on H2, just for the fact to show everyone that anything's possible. We'll be. So I would never ever recommend becoming a social media influencer. And, you know, I bet one of my kids are gonna want to do it. And I mean, naturally, I'm gonna, whatever they want to do, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be very supportive of it. My parents were not like that. And I think if they were, my life would be, I would be significantly more stable financially. Later, Power Daddy. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Definitely, you guys are keeping me going. Yeah, I was supposed to go to Isle of Man this year, but Bessie was having a kid, and my uncle was like wishy-washy on it. And I was down to go alone, but then I didn't want to leave my wife and kids for that long. It's just a lot. So I had to dip out. So, but I need to go to Europe. I need to go to Australia. I have family in Australia. Europe is just like I had a ton of friends in France, and I really need to go see them. Yeah, the upcoming stuff this year is I gotta give away the R1 Bucky. That's gotta happen this summer. Hopefully it's not too hopefully it's not too thanks, GMX. I would not get into YouTube, especially with the writing aspect of it, because it's just such a hard grind. The market's so saturated now, and like everyone's doing the same thing. That's the big thing. It's how do you differentiate yourself from everyone else? Especially since, dude, there's probably like, I don't even know how many new roller bloggers there are every day. It's building fast. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. But the differentiation aspect is what you have to do. It can't just be riding. You need to figure out a style that separates you. But one thing I will tell you is more time you spend on your video, learning how to edit, studying, you really love it. And you really become obsessed with it. You can, but I think cinematic shots, third person stuff, telling a story. You need to have a reason why people are going to watch your video. I have great YouTube videos that get no views. I think they're great. They get no views. I mean, I think the Mad Maxi channel is like it's so messed up because I took years off from it. I did shorts on it. I did everything on it. And so now what we're focusing on, because I'm at the point where I have a team. As a manager, I have an editor. Basically, a manager that edits as well, and a lead editor. But the videos we're moving forward with now on YouTube, the long forms, are going to be like as top tier as we can fucking be. They're going to be 30, 40 minutes plus, and they're going to be something that you're dying to watch every time. What up, cutesy boy? Come on, what's it going to revolve around? You got to fill me in on. David? Hey, David Newman? Wait, tell me about what the channel's gonna revolve around. Make my wheels turn. Oh, the one who bought my graph. What? Wait a minute. No doubt. Killing it? What the fuck is that? Something in the sky. Weird. Red. That's interesting. Fuck. Hell yeah, Dan Franco. I'll see you. You gotta remind me, like, hey, I'm Dan Franco. From the stream when you're driving all the way. Like, oh, what up? I will. You gotta DM me, cutie boy. Take a picture of the Grom and tag me in or something. Yeah, fully twisted, man. That's it's not easy. I don't know. It's a lot of it's a lot of money. You have the money, you have the time, you can do it. If you're expecting to make the money out back, I don't know. I don't know how long that'll take you to earn that money back. I mean, everyone's like, oh, I want to be a YouTuber. I want to be a YouTuber. No, you don't. There's other platforms that are much better. I think TikTok is one of the best places to start if it sticks around because TikTok like basically forces you to create content. What Facebook TikTok forces you to create content that's monetized. What up, Boston, right? Sorry. I can't see any comments. What you doing? But yeah, TikTok forces you to make monetizable content. They don't allow any writing on there, basically, so you really have to get creative with how to go about making content that'll pay and be monetized on every single platform. You know, if it's monetized on TikTok, it'll be monetized on every platform. Whereas YouTube, you can get away with a lot in the early stages. When you blow up, you can't get away with that same stuff. So you have to completely pivot your entire business and whatnot. Back in the day, it was free for all. Until Logan Paul released this suicide video, guy in Japan, and that ruined everything. Well, GMX, you gotta just keep hammering down. It's growing. Like I said, no riding on there. Get creative. Learn hooks. You have to learn how to hook people. And the fastest way to grow nowadays is creating stories. You want to get into the social media content game, you got to stay on the forefront. Forefront is short, crack content. Every day, audiences are taking up more and more. Stimulated. You need more stimulation and faster stories, more content. Like it's a hard ball to juggle. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I thought I was like, I don't know, like last year. Like if you rewind a year ago, my Instagram was like at one, like 70 or 90. I don't know if I was. I just barely broke 100K a year ago or something, and I just posting like crazy on there, going nuts with it. And now, like, I mean, I'm getting like 1,000 a day or something. But it's the consistency, it's pushing through it. I hated Instagram for so long. I still hate Instagram. I hate all social media. Hey, I hate to need it. Yeah, cutie boy, I'm definitely not checking anything at the moment. Well, I won't be able to see it until maybe shit, dude. I don't know how long it's gonna be. You post every day? I don't remember. I remember I just like scheduled a fuck ton. And like now that I live in a state, a single party consent state with recording, it's game changer. Like California, if you're recording there, like both parties need to know, both parties need to approve. Like you have to really know your state laws in regards to how you can go about casting content. But like the Spidey, recent example, right? Spidey H2 guy. When I went to go get that key, like recording his phone call, legal, completely legal. Recording when I rolled up, completely legal. Dude, our conversation after the fact was ridiculous. Like, he was all cool with me and everything. He was like, "Cutie boy, good night, bro. Hey, bro. I'll probably still be driving when you pick up." But he, I was like, I was just kind of like staying on his good side just because, I never want to like get on anyone's bad side. I never like purposely try to do that. And I don't edit my videos anymore, so I don't really have a say so in how everything plays out. Obviously, how I interact with people goes down there. It's how what can change. But I am who I am. I'm a very blunt person, very straightforward. You ask me something, I'm not going to lie to you. And yeah, and so I just keep it on my good side to get this key because without a key, right? Without a key, you can't get off the rear piece to get your seat off. You can't take the gas cap off. And so, dude, I would have literally been taking a damn drill for these keyholes and just obliterating drill bits and trying to get them. But anyway, I recorded that conversation. I talked to him. I was talking to him. He's like, "I don't know where the spare key is, but I'll bring you the main." And just when he said that, I was like, "Okay, he's gonna bring me the main key, and that's great." He is giving me what's mine. And he's like, "Yeah, I'd like it back after," and I was like, "You know what? Honestly, sure, I'll give it back to you." And I was gonna give it back to him. I really didn't care about that. Because I plan on switching it all out anyway, especially when I found out there's no RFID chips in 2024. You should have I was not going to do that. Bike. He, yeah, and then he's like, "Hey, you mind if my friend comes?" I'm like, "No, of course. Bring your friend. Like, it'll be fun. We can go hit Tortilla Flats. I'll take you out to lunch." Everything was hunky dory, right? And I was even like, he was like, "I want to keep my key, blah, blah." And I was like, "Dude, wouldn't you rather ride your bike again?" Kept him on that page. Your bike, would you like to ride your bike? Well, you put it that way, yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I can let you, use the key and cool. He's bringing the main key, right? And then we're texting, we're meeting up. All right, cool. Can I bring another friend? Yeah, fine. And another friend are coming with. And so I'm ready to get the key and take him out to lunch. I was going to take him and his boy, pay for all their food. I didn't get shit. I was fine. I didn't even pay for the gas. Dude, I get there. And it is like, dude, like he doesn't even like body language is big for me. And he initially when I rolled up, like he was like kind of talking to me over his shoulder, which is like it's standoffish, you know. He's like showing me his back kind of thing, and I was just like kind of like, hey, are you him? Like I didn't even know who he was. He didn't introduce himself. Like, hey, Max, what's going on? I'm so and so with the H2 key. Da, 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 da. Here's the main key. Like we said, how you doing? You know, I'm really glad you got. No, it was like oddly standoffish. I could just sense like hostility. And then he also had another friend with him, and then he's got a massive gun on his hip, like as if I'm some freaking like I'm gonna hold him up or something. I don't know why. The people that ride with guns on them, a little wild. I only have a gun on me when I'm going by myself to stolen bike deals, and that's just to maintain. Hey, don't fuck with me. I'm not gonna fuck with you. You know, I never want to use it. Never want to pull it out. And I don't have one in the chamber ready to go or anything like that. Like it's literally just for show. But you know, for him to have that out, and then you know, it's just a big fucking gun. Okay, so he's trying, and then his buddy is like, "Here you go," and takes the key off his ring and hands it to me, and I'm like, "Wait, why do you have the key?" It's like, "Oh, this is the spare." And I was just like, "Okay." So like, obviously, I took the key because I needed it. That's why I came. So I really like it. And then I asked him, I was like, "So you still have the main key?" And he's like, "Yeah, the main key. Yeah, I have the main key." And I'm just like, "So why the fuck did you come?" I just said that. Why did you come? I should have met your buddy who had your spare key that you knew probably had, right? And then my wheels are just turning, and I'm just thinking in my head, like, dude, why would you not give me the key? And why are you? And the entire time I talked to him about it, through the entire all of our conversations, say my H2, my H2, like that never changed. He never said the H2. He was very what do you call it? Possessive, very possessive language he was using on that bike. And that's when after I got the spare, he told me the name, and he's like, "Oh yeah, how'd you find about the H about how'd you find out about the bike or something?" And I was like, "The H2. How'd you find out about the H2?" And I was like, "Which one?" And he's like, "Mine." And that's when I snapped out, and I was like, "Well, it's mine now." You know, like that's what I just like. I was fucking had enough. And then that to me ruined trust, ruined respect, ruined a lot of things, right? And then one of his buddies with him was like, "Hey, yeah, I'm gonna take a chill, dude. I'm not crazy like them." And his other buddy that came rolled up. He was on a 600, and he was like, "I just rear-ended someone." And I was just like, "Okay." He's like, "Yeah." And he like showed me the damage. I was like, "Okay." And I was just like I'm supposed to be impressed by it or something, and I was just like kind of like, "Okay, you know, a little wild, a little reckless, whatever." Like, and then his other buddy was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna chill back, whatever." And I was like, "Me too, dude. I'm totally gonna chill." And like me chilling, I can ride decently fast, like I can have fun and whatever. But you're on the road, and the guy that said he was gonna chill goes bombing into oncoming traffic. It swerves, you know, for a pass, and I'm just like, "Fuck this! I got what I needed. I don't need to sacrifice myself to prove anything to anyone." So I just turned around and went home. And then once the video came out, I didn't even know. And then he texted me a picture of like the helmet and the key and the thing. And he said, if the main key means that much to you, come and get it. And I was like, I hadn't even watched the video yet. And so I just texted him back. I'm like, "No, it's all good, bro. Like I just removed the gas cap or whatever. I don't need it. You keep it." And then silence, right? Oh no, it wasn't style for long. It sounds like maybe an hour. Any types of a paragraph, man. Like, I need you to take that video down. It's paint me in a bad light. Blah, blah, blah. You know, you edited it to make me look like, you know, sketchy or blah blah blah. And I could read my response to you, but basically I was like, I understand that you're not happy with the video, but it can't be taken down. My my editor, and he knew all this beforehand, that I don't edit my videos and I don't post them. I don't really. At the end of the day, I don't care what people say about me on the internet. I don't read comments. I just read live comments. Like, at the end of the day, like I'm not. Yeah, I don't even watch a lot of the videos that get posted. To be frank, I'm gonna start watching the YouTube videos. I mean, they're pretty involved in the process of that. But yeah, so I just he was aware that I didn't edit it, but he still got to edit it. And I was like, yeah, my editor is literally just giving my raw files. No background information, or, I'm not talking any shit or whatever. It's literally just giving the raw files and makes an engaging viral video. That's what you're doing. And so, it sucks. It does suck in a sense because he's just going to associate that video with who I am. Okay, Max is an asshole because he edits videos to make me look bad. He has um, no self-awareness to say, you know what, I did kind of fuck up. I don't know why I'm hanging on to a key to a bike that's not mine. I should have just given it to him. Should have given him both keys, considering he bought it. It's hard-earned fucking money, and it's his now. But he didn't. And he doesn't see it as that. He sees it as like a complete defamation situation. And he's like, I can't go to a single meet in Arizona without feeling uncomfortable. I was just thinking in my head, I was like, try the United States, buddy. This thing's been seen by like 5-10 million people. I was like, motorcycle community in Arizona is like maybe 10,000, maybe. In Phoenix, maybe 10,000. Sport bikes, shit, probably 1,000. Probably less. But I basically had a great message. I would love to read it to you guys. It's basically just like, yeah, I told him about the editor. But I basically had a great message. I would love to read it to you guys. It's basically just like, yeah, I told him about the editor. And I was like, maybe clear things up for you when that gets released. And I was like, but I can't remove it. Because at the end of the day, it's the job of this business is to make media that reaches the masses. And if it doesn't do that, the business is going to succeed. Like I am who I am. The business operates how it operates. So obviously, it's a close. You're going to try to cash in. Really, it's just part of the story. So, asshole putting on blast, trying to cash in. Really, it's just story. Send one there. Sorry, I can't do more for you, but I hope you enjoy the build. Anyway. If you're trying to drop 2-3 videos a day, you're gonna run into editing and posting. Like editing is the one hurdle. I used to be so good back in the day. I would record for the first 4 or 5 hours of the day, and then the last 3 hours of the day I'd edit. and then I'd post when I was doing daily long form videos. But I was using like macro recorders. I was so sick with it and like customizing hotkeys. Like, I was able to edit ripping videos. But when I stopped doing that, I went on to the short forms, TikTok, and my TikTok blew up. I was on TikTok for a bit. And I started doing YouTube shorts. Those blew up. Facebook shorts. Those blew up. The Max Pass edits were top tier. They would be dope as gold. And back in the day, thank God we had freedom. I like used to like headshot people and like blow their cars up and have them land. I used to go so over top on edits. I would spend 5 to 6 hours on 10 seconds of the video. I'm talking. I would blow the windshields out. I would crunch cars. I would blood splatters. Every single thing possible. Yeah, it's an uphill battle. I got pretty figured out. I definitely should start a. I was thinking about doing classes, social media classes to help other people and get them going and help them get them guidance. Crash course on how to make money on social media. Because I'm working on a. Do you remember the Highway Mayhem with Max Rristy? It was like I was keeping score of all the Max Pass cars he was going past. I was going falling in love, headshotting him. The one at the end was like, "I love you, Mary Jane," and then slow mo's the Porsche blowing up behind him. It was like, oh, no, dude, that was so nasty. I remember I would edit these videos, and if I wasn't okay with watching them 10 times over, and I didn't get chills every single time, I wouldn't fucking listen to them. Yeah, I had a lot of people. Had a lot of people try to remove videos. They're in them. They get blasted. Dang, GMX getting some business, about to start editing. They're starting another business with the homies. And we're starting like a social media, basically like a media agency. So it's going to be interesting how it plays out. I think it's going to be big. Very, very big. Let's see where it goes. All right, we're blasting past this guy. Oh, there's you. Okay. Let's go. People are starting to fall asleep. Like, if I was a semi truck driver, I would only drive. I would be strictly not driving. God damn. It's so hard to see. So, two. crisis. You know, you guys got to keep the chat going, right? It dies. Maybe I've lost reception. Dude, the semi just started swerving. There you go. I see you just started swerving. There you go. I see you fully twisted. Doing some hill climbs. Be rolling into LA and getting real nice. Please, what up? Yo, Cleaster, just come on over to Justin. I don't know. Do you have my phone number? Sure. Dude, I wish I had a Tesla semi truck. I'd be freaking flying in that thing. I'd be going on it. How many people are in Twitch right now? God, I wish I could see the YouTube comments. Twitch. 10 people in YouTube. I don't know if they fell asleep or what. What's the Twitch viewers at? Are we over 5? We got 3. We got GMX, fully twisted, Jimmy Kane. 4 Twitch? Dang. Very active 4. Nice. How long are you guys going to be on? Are you guys going to be able to hold on through and through? Moto 2, jump on Twitch, please. I see your comments. I can't read them. Nina Kawa has to be overseas. Definitely not in the United States. You're not going to pick up furniture. 3 a.m. Damn, it smells like apple shit here. Jesus. The ETA, I'm not even looking. Why? It's still so far. I need to at least see like a city. I probably still have like 826 here. 148 miles from LA. So that's at least 2 hours. I got like 3 after that. So we're looking at 5 hours left. I'm at 10 a.m. 10 west. Now I got perfect reception. Full bars across the board. I'm gonna try to switch my headphones. It's probably dying. Dude, I'm gonna be so fucked for the ride tomorrow. I'm gonna be delusional. Brad's definitely driving and loading the bikes up. It is the longest stretch enough. But yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours. I'm gonna be able to sleep for 3 hours, and then I gotta. And then all the boys are gonna roll up to me in the morning, smacking on the door, up to me, cross-eyed. All right, bye, bye. Chop H2. Yes, Moto 2, baby. They have a safe. Yo, fully twisted, 8:30 a.m. for Nina. I'm about to go get furniture. Dude, I'm gonna need some caffeine pills. These no-dos. 5 more hours. I've already gone 192 miles. Like a third of the way there. Moto 2. Is anyone on YouTube still actively watching? Comment on YouTube. Like, dude, I'm excited. I'm really excited. Finally get I, I've never camped out at a racetrack like this. Odo's is definitely something. It's good for sleep. Dude, I'm so done. What? Raven had put on mute for me. Keep the viewers up. Yeah, good night, Raven. Thanks for that. They sell crack at truck stops. I used to live out here in Desert Hot Springs. That was the first city I moved to, California. It's probably the most ghetto city in California. I don't know if it still is. When I moved there, but I remember numerous times. There was one morning I woke up because I started like doing some GoPro filming and editing. I woke up to get like a time lapse of the sunrise. I go out there at 5 a.m. I hear people arguing in the corner right next to my house I was renting. And I just hear a gunshot and a body drop. And that car screwed away. And I go running inside. Go with my buddy. I like jump out the other. Someone just got shot everything. And another day I was like working on the dirt bike outside. And I just hear a Uzi go off. It's literally like fucking Uzi. I read about the news the other day. Some like kid gunned down another kid and initiated the gang. There's no police force there. There's a mission called like Operation Falling Sun. You can like look it up. And like all these different agencies like got together one morning and just like raided the shit on the house. They ended up finding like a bazooka, grenade, like crazy gun. Basically just like a massive cartel ran city. Desert Hot Springs. UBK. I've been asleep for. It's major bumps in the road. He is pretty exhausted, though. Probably 2 hours, more or less. But you can see him. Bakersfield is like, I think Bakersfield is some of the worst drivers in California. I think it's rated like the worst place to drive. But and Bakersfield is just like a central hub for traffic and drugs. Desert Hot Springs is literally ran by cartel. Big difference, in terms of danger. I would go for runs in the morning and there'd be blood on the sidewalk and someone getting shot. Like it was just wild, wild west. But Bakersfield's pretty sketchy too. Desert Hot Springs takes the cake. It's funny too, because like it's Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs. They're just like on opposite sides of the tent. And Palm Springs is like this upscale, like it's a very flamboyant community. It's I don't know how to say it. They're just pretty gay, and that's the culture there. But it's funny because my buddy and I would like go out, like when we had a good day or whatever, and it's just one of the first hustles I had when I dropped out of college was actually taking classes from online, and I would make so much money doing it. Oh my gosh. It was one day we made, I think it was 15 Bitcoin, but back then it was only like 2 grand for 15 Bitcoin, $2,500. We took the guy's like CPA exams. We did them all in a day. We passed. Got it passed before and done all the Bitcoin. He had no idea what Bitcoin was. And I guarantee now, looking back, he's like, oh my God, I transacted millions of dollars. That night was awesome. Oh, and circling back around to the free will shit, right? Um, Crazy. Like dropping out of college, doing all that, free will. I'm thinking free will, right? And then dude, not even like 2 months, so I was dropping out, moving out. I riding my dirt bike without my contacts in, my 250, and my buddies and I are racing, and I look at a shortcut in a track we were riding, and I hit it. There's a jump that I was hitting, but there was a lip on it. So after I went over the lip and the rear tire hit the lip, it kicked me over the handlebars. There's concrete on the ground, and I landed on my back, and the rear tire was like fully revved out and landed on my collarbone, and like it just shattered the fucking piss out of the collarbone. Look at my collarbone. It's fun. It's like a normal collarbone with a plate, like 12 screws in it or something. And so after I got injured, the first thing I did was I recorded a video of my buddies riding and I edited it. And it did pretty well. You know, it got like 4,000 or 5,000 views. Back in the day, for the first video on a channel, that was great. But the only reason I edited and filmed was because I was injured in that wreck. And then I was still injured. And then there was a big like surf storm. There's a place in Newport Beach called the Wedge. It's like where these rock formations basically like the waves just get astronomically bigger when they enter this area. A storm coming in, like a huge surge. And so these waves were like 30, 40 feet tall, like just like unheard of. And it was on a Wednesday. And my buddies and I were like, yeah, let's go see it. So we went out there at like 5 a.m. We were there for sunrise, and I just started recording with like my camcorder, all these like bodyboarders and surfers. And that day we got back, I edited it and posted it. And that video got 1 million views in like 48 hours. And I monetized it, and I was making hundreds of dollars. And I was just like, okay. That's why I started my action sports media business and doubled down on it. And it's just wild. Shit, you know, it turns out, really. GMX, I'm not too easy money is the worst money, you know, for you to earn, for you to make. You know, like winning the lottery is probably one of the worst things that can happen to this kid. Multi-brand, but I don't think easy come, easy go. You know, if it's not hard-earned money, then it's easy to spend. You're not smart with it, and I never want to like. It's funny like this, but I never want to capitalize on by hurting other people's pocketbooks. Does that make sense? Like to God, to cap to like say, oh, I earned $100,000, but this $100,000 I earned is because these 1,000 people lost $100. Like, again, that's oh my God. Hold on. That's not something I'm cool with. I like to have a bag for sure. Oh my God, why is this guy so no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying try 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 to perform free will, you know? Oh my God, that's a wreck. Try to perform free will. Try to try to do things that come to mind with passion and follow through and see where it goes. Because I bet you're gonna be hit with lifelong. You're gonna be hit with impacts that nothing you can do about it, right? The first hustle I had when I dropped out of college was I was getting free stuff off Craigslist and then cleaning it, taking pictures of it, and relisting it on Craigslist for money. That's how I made all my money until the YouTube those videos I was editing. Next, you don't. Like I said, this market is a very small niche of people who are financially struggling, really, for the most part. Then you have people like, okay, with an endless pocketbook from some reason. They buy every fucking bike they can. And then you have other influencers buying the nicest bikes they can and showing those off. And it's funny because, ironically, the people with the money then go and buy brand new super bikes because they can barely afford the payments. And then they do really dumb shit, like the H2 is fighting, and they end up in the worst fighting. But hey, ideally you learn from that, right? No, Spidey didn't. He ended up financing a ZX10 anniversary and a ZX6R anniversary. Hey man, lead a horse to the water. It's kind of a cool view. Going into basically the desert of California. There's a couple deserts. Death Valley Desert. This is the Death Valley Desert. Death Valley Desert. Photo 2. Yo! Who has free healthcare, GMX? Valley floor. Sick of you. I don't know if you're serious. Someone better driving it today. We're gonna cruise through LA. It'd be crazy. Brad? Dude, I don't know where I saw it. Super fun. I'm in New Zealand. We get free healthcare. It is a long street. Dude, I'm a great. I have. Okay, crazy story. I'll tell you guys this. Story time. Not very many people here. This happened recently, and I really don't even want to release the video, but I'm going to because I release. I give you guys entertainment, even if it makes me look like shit. I don't care. I'm here to entertain. So this guy hit me up like a month ago and was like, "Hey, my buddy totaled his RS660 and he wants to sell it. My buddy totaled his RS660 and things. Like, so, he told me the few things. Like, it needs a shift lever, it needs a front brake, bearings, and that's it, right? So I was like, okay, I'm down. How much does he want for it? $3,700. I was like, okay, it's kind of a steal. I was like, I can typically get like bearing sponsorships and get, hook this thing up, get it kitted. So it's not going to cost me that much. I'm down. But then the Spidey H2 hit auction, so I basically blew it back on that. And I was like, fuck, I don't have the money for this guy. And I was supposed to go see and pick up the bike, the R660, the day of the auction for the Spidey H2. So I was like, kind of hoping I would get it for a steal. I was willing to pay an astronomically high amount, like just because of the reason. Every bike meet I went to, every time I saw people that were fans, all they could ask me about and talk about was Spidey H2. I was just like, okay, everyone keeps asking about this, and they obviously want to see it, so I'm gonna, do what I can to get it and entertain. And so I was like hitting up my friends. I was like, "Yo, you guys want to buy this? $3,700. I got the bearings on it." Like I even try to like the people, my friends around me, that like I hang out with on Discord and talk to daily and stuff. I try to get everyone around me into hustling and thinking about money and making good financial decisions. Because at the end of the day, having friends that are independent and always ready to hustle are the ones that I want to, go through life with. Like those are the winners. Those are the people that make you better, that make you try harder, that make you think different. It's the one you want to hang around people you want to be with. So when like-minded people are ready for the hustle and down for anything, as long as it's not like morally or ethically wrong, like running OnlyFans models or something ridiculous. Selling sex, I think, it's to me it's tacky. It's easy. It's easy money. Easy money is not the best. It's the worst money. Selling your body. Granted, I kind of sell my body for money when I go out and ride like a bandit, but I don't consider it that because I don't want to die and I don't put it out there. But yeah, anyway, so I hit up all my buddies and I was like, here's the deal, $3,700. I'm gonna get the fairings for you. We can flip this thing, and I'd probably only ask for like $1,000, maybe $2,000, and you'd at least make $2 or $3,000 on it yourself. Like I was pretty, straight. Everyone fucking turned it down. Everyone turned it down. And I was just like, okay. I just sold the Ninja 400 for $4,000, and so I had just enough. And I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna go there and do this shit myself. Okay, I got to do it because the guy really wanted to sell it. And I was like, all right. I didn't even really want to buy it at this point because I had the Spidey H2. I had to work on the projects for the track day. I had a lot of shit going on, right? Fuck it. I'm going to go get it. I go down there. It's like 3 hours away from me. And I get there, and he's got it out. And I'm like, hey, do you mind if I record? No, go for it. Oh, like they were all excited, like I can't believe you came out here, like really, really cool people. So I met him, the guy who crashed the bike. I met his like cousin and his cousin's dad, and we hung out for a while. And I just like went over the bike, and like the front rim was just dented in. The front stay was just obliterated. There was just it was rough. It's in rough condition. And like I checked the oil wasn't really there. He didn't know about the service interval. He had it serviced and whatnot, but like he wasn't. None of them were like into bikes, as much as they should be. And like he had to get rid of it because of medical school and family issues with the bike crash. And he didn't have insurance on it. That's why it's clean title, so it never got reported. It was just like him fucking up the corner. And anyway, I'm like, I'm looking it over, and I'm like, dude, it needs a lot more work than I expected. I don't even want to offer you what I don't even want to tell you how much I paid for this because it would be insulting. I told him, I was like, dude, just post it up on Marketplace. You can sell this thing for what you're asking for it. Make the money you want, whatever. He's like, no, I really don't want to deal with, I don't want to deal with this, that, and the other, and yada yada. If he didn't want to deal with random people coming over to his house, I get it, I understand. And I was there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Like they're playing pool, we're talking. It's like just talking about a bunch of stuff. And then it came back around, and I was like, dude, I really don't want to move on. I was like, I don't want to offer you this. And I could tell he kind of felt bad too because like he didn't disclose some things like the front rim being completely dented and done. And then there's a lot of other things that are broken on it and stuff. But it wasn't crazy. It's a bunch of little things and whatnot. And I've worked on RS660. I don't really know much about it besides things. Jane had one for a while, but I hardly wrote it. Is the stream still going? I don't know if I'm giving you a snore fest, but we're getting to the point where I'm about to crack it. I have to offer this guy something dumb. One comment in the chat contains. Alright, Holy Twist is still listening. Please is still in here. So he's like, dude, just tell me your offer. And I was like, no, I can't because I can't. It's insulting. How much would you pay for this? And I was like, oh, honestly, $1,500. And he's like, it's like, how about $2,000? And I'm just like, dude, he just chopped $1,700 off the top. And I was like, fuck. I still don't want to pay you for it. I didn't tell that to him. I was just like, I was like really fighting demons. And I'm just like, still going over it and everything. And I was like, talking about it. Again, I don't want to. I kept kind of saying, I don't want to do this to you. And then he's like, so if it's getting late, like starting to kind of rain a little bit. And then he was like, I was like, I'll give you $1,800. And he's like, dude. I'm like, all right, you care if I ride it around the block? Just want to make sure it solidifies it. Go for it. Rode it down the stream back, tipped it through the gears. I came back and I was like, done deal. Here's the cash. And I got $1,800 clean title, $12,000 in 2021. I don't know how much I'm going to put into it. I'm like, I don't know how much I'm into it already. You can add it up, but it's going to be cherry. I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm going to keep it. If he ever hits me up and wants to ride again, what I want him to do, but $1,800. God damn. Like those deals, people hit me up all the time for bikes. Yeah, I still got it. It's in the shop. I mean, I haven't even touched it because I haven't had time. Like, and when I get back from this trip, like I'm gonna unload the bike, I'm gonna organize the garage, and then I'm basically just hammering down on the Spidey H2. I'm gonna completely dismember that damn thing. Get the engine out. Get the frame away from everything. Detach the frame. Set the frame to get it powder coated. It's great. I have another crazy deal that's potentially going down. I can't even disclose anything. I can't disclose anything on it. I can't say shit. It's an underground project that I will never disclose and tell anyone about ever. You guys will definitely see. I said that. You're going to know it. But it's going to be bigger than anything anyone's ever seen. It's out the world. But I will have no doubt. No one will have any idea. Rank. Oh my god, I can see YouTube comments now. No, you're definitely not getting any sneak previews. It's something I can't even can't disclose any information on it. It's excellent shit. One thing I'm really good at doing is creating incredible brands. You don't know that shit? What shit don't I know? All vehicles went towing 55 minutes. It's great. Let me think of another story. I gotta wait for this story. Here's a good story. I don't know if it's that good, but it's pretty fucking good. So, like, when I was a sophomore in college, I started my first business. It was it was graphic design, marketing, and web development. And that's what we did. We just made websites for people. It was such like 2010, very early days. WordPress just came out, and it was a really good way to create. It was a really easy way for people who didn't know how to code to make websites for other people. So that's what we started doing. I was a great graphic designer. I learned everything about Photoshop, Illustrator, and then Adobe came out with a application that we could create websites with that as well. That was but we signed up for an international internship program, and we got 2 applications, and it was a complete unpaid internship for 2 months. They pay for everything. They pay for their housing, they pay for their food, they pay for everything. And they're just dedicated to working for you. That's it. And what up, Covert Media? Driving around town, driving from Phoenix to Central California, about 225 miles in. I have like another 300 to go. I'm probably almost halfway. 4 hours left, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna be on for a minute. Grad designs behind me sleeping in the RV, big bus. But these 2 French interns hit us up and were like, "Hey, we want to work for your company. Basically, what we get out of it is the American experience, help us work on our English, as well as the experience of working for a company in America. We were not able to accept any money from our work, and we want to work with you guys. And we look great online and in general. Like our online presence was phenomenal. It was very professional. Logo was perfect. Everything was perfect. Mission statement, everything. It was all there. And so I was like, I'm one of those people where if an opportunity presents itself, you're an idiot if you don't. In business, if an opportunity presents itself, you're an idiot if you don't at least take what you take. I fully take what you take. I was like, we're in. Come on out. Here's where we're located. Okay, and at the time I was in college, but it was summer, so I was living in my parents' house, and I told my parents, I was like, hey, so these French interns are coming over from the school to work for my company, my buddy and I's company that we started, and I don't know where they're going to live. I can't find anything for what they're trying to pay, and I don't know where to put them. Like, I didn't have to live much money at the time. I think our biggest paycheck at the time was like $1,000, like a $3,000 check to make a website, which was a lot of money at the time. And so I was like, I don't really have money to house these guys. And parents were like, no, absolutely not. And like we had a 4-bedroom house, probably 2,200 square feet, living in Indiana, 3 stories, like plenty of room. We have plenty. My parents had, it was fine. Like, and they're French. I'm not inviting over some freaking Russians or I don't know. Like, it's nothing, no crazy. Like, French people are really kind, nice people. They're not crazy. They're not like violent or angry or anything. They're very passive people. I don't know if you've met them personally, France, but they were coming. They had their tickets booked. They signed the documents. We had lawyers look it over. They were coming. Full liability waived. There's no liability on these guys. And my buddy and I were just like staying up late trying to figure out where we're going to put them. What are we going to do with them? And my parents, no dice. My buddy's parents were rich as shit. I'm talking 1%. And they weren't going to put them up either. And we were just both like, okay, that's fine. I honestly enjoy that because at the end of the day, it's better to jump the hurdles yourself, learn how to jump them, than for someone to jump them for you. Okay, I mean, obviously, there's aspect of business where it's good to have people jump hurdles for you. You get to that point, but not until you learn how to jump those hurdles yourself and you tell someone else to do it. So, and I think that's the reason why his parents, his dad was an entrepreneur, starting a business, a very successful one. That's why he didn't give in to it, which I appreciate. It was very smart. I really liked his dad. But he, so, I mean, a few days left, and we ended up finding, like, basically subsidized housing. Like, it was so sketch. We couldn't find anywhere else. This place had Wi-Fi. It had a couple beds. It had a kitchen. We had to find them a situation, like an apartment, short-term apartment situation where they could live. And this was the only real option of their budget. And it was so bad. I remember I bought them. We gave them binders about the company and the projects we were going to be working on. And so we had that in the room on the table, but it was ghetto. It was shit. I feel bad about that. But it was an experience for all of them. And so I bought them a bottle of 99 proof Smirnoff of vodka. So I had that on the table. And then I also gave them a baseball bat. Because I don't know, a form of protection is pretty important living in the ghetto. Okay? If you're living in the ghetto, one thing you need is protection. And so I gave him a baseball bat. I was like, here's a baseball bat. As I were dropping them off, just about here's your ghetto ass stay with a bottle of 99 proof vodka. And we went grocery shopping with them beforehand, so they got bread and whatnot. We had a great time at the grocery store. Tried to tell them, ease them into hey, the living situation is temporary right now. We're working on something better. And dude, when I gave them that baseball bat, he's like, they go, what's this for? And I'm like, protection. And they're like, what? Protection? they're like shitting themselves. I'm like, yes. I was like, don't open the door if anyone knocks. Gave them like burner phones and shit. And anyway, long story short, we found a better housing situation. A lot nicer. Great. They were only there for like a week. So, well, a much better situation. And then when I went off to college, they moved into my apartment with me. They were only there for like a month, but we had a plan. Getting shit paid, partying hard, nonetheless. They went back to their school, and that next year, we had 15 applications that next year. And Maxie said, "We're not turning this down." And at this point, we're getting a little bigger, right? We have clients, we're getting monthly paychecks from ongoing, deals, and it was going well. 15, right? One was from the Czech Republic, another one was from Germany. We started getting people from different countries as well. And dude, I ended up finding a house that allowed 12 of them to stay there. I had one living with me full time, and then I had them rotating out. It was crazy. And that summer, great, absolutely great, because I had 15 people I was responsible for. I was running basically a sweatshop out of the Purdue library every day. It was every day they were in there from 8 a.m. 5 p.m. They were working in teams, 3. We had all these different projects. We were doing like a entire website hot tub launch for Michael Phelps. We had a project with Habitat for Humanity where we were remotely live streaming, then building 3 houses in 3 days. Our third project was with a healthcare company. So we had constant work for it. But we were partying. It was play hard, party hard. And dude, we were getting so fucked up every day. After work, dude, it was just drink till your shit faced, smoke fucking hella weed, get fucked up, do it all again. Wake up, I'm over, going to work. And anyway, it was 4th of July. And we got keggers. We got like 2 kegs. And we took over this pool party at an apartment complex. And this pool was, you could stand in it. Okay, it was 4.5 foot deep at one point. And so, like, it get like pretty high up water. Anyway, there were balconies all around it. And it was a 4-story building. Okay, you could climb these balconies. You could theoretically jump without being cool, right? This one French guy was old, like 30 years old. At the time, I was 21, and they're all like 21, 23. This 30-year-old, like, dude, he was I don't give a fuck. And he was tatted, and he was like, anything you can do, I'm going to do it bigger, better. So one of the guys at the party climbed up to the second balcony, jumped in, right? This French guy jumped, climbed to the third balcony, jumped in. And then they're both talking to each other, like pointing up, and they're like talking about how they can get on the roof this thing. So I'm talking like 5 stories up, and we're shit-faced. Like shit-faced. And it's concrete ground, like you fuck this up, you slip on anything, you're dead. For sure dead. And so he ends up climbing the 4th story, climbs up onto a fucking air conditioning unit, gets onto the roof, scales onto another roof, and him and this guy are like looking over the edge, like, can we jump and make it? Can we jump and make it? And I'm just like, no. But at this point, it's probably more dangerous to even climb down than to jump in that pool. And when you're making this jump, it's like a military, it's like a Navy SEAL jump. The second you hit the water, you have to kick your legs out so you don't fucking break your legs. And the first guy jumps off, and I mean, everyone's out of school at this point. Everyone's like, what the fuck? Are we about to witness death? You know, one of those situations. And first guy jumps off, goes in, dude, everyone's just quiet. And then he comes up with, you know, just like the shit face, like in party mode. Everyone's like, oh my god, that was sick. The Frenchy guy does it. And then the intern that was living with me at the time, he starts climbing and I'm like, fuck. He dies. I'm gonna wish I was dead. Because my life's gonna be ruined. Completely ruined. Supplying liquor and letting these guys jump off the boat. I don't know. My liability I felt like was really high. So screw it. I gotta follow this guy because if he dies, I want to be dead too. And so we both climb up there, dude. And when you get up there, you know it's a lot higher than what you think. Sound is like I think it's flipping on days, good quality. It's probably put it somewhere. But anyway, he jumps off. He's okay. I jump off. And dude, when I jump off and do it, I kick my feet out, but my ass hits the bottom of that pool so hard, like you get the wind knocked out of you. And coming out, I'm fine, you know, whatever. Everything's cool. And then it's like a goddamn theme park ride. I am trailing every single one of these interns up this fucking thing so they can do it, dude. I did it 4 or 5 more fucking times, man. And yeah, thankfully everyone's good. But I kept doing it every year. I didn't keep jumping off the fucking thing, but every year I kept getting the French intern. That was great, man. I have a really good relationship with that school. I could probably do it again. I should. I might actually. Think of it. It's only for like 2 or 3 months. That was crazy for sure. My buddy, I don't understand how I'm still alive, but I am. So I really feel. Like I said, like making it through your 20s is very difficult as a male. You know, if you go straight like, oh, I'm going to college, I'm not going to party hard, I'm going to get my degree, I'm going to pay off my student loan debt, I'm going to get a job, get my paycheck, pay my 401k, I'm going to retire this age. Like, obviously, there's very safe ways to go about it, but when you take a lot of opportunities, you live to the fullest. A lot of times you come close to death. I can't. Yeah, yeah, you got. I don't know about being tough. I mean, you just gotta not really care. There's a few moments of like riding when I was like, I should have been folded. You know, there was one time I was riding with like me, Rristy, and like 3 or 4 South Dakota boys. We were just ripping the road, and there was one part where it was all gravel, and they all slowed down, and I was the only one on 600. So I'm like, fucking dude, I'm gonna really pass these fools. Like I clutched up 3rd gear, dude, I was flying, and dude, I really hit the gravel and come down. My whole bike, just like, I don't know if you ever hit gravel at full speed, or if you come down off a wheelie. If you come down on a wheelie like a little sideways on the front wheel, like you know, you get the wobbles and kind of straighten out. But dude, this was like, I was like a damn fish, not moving. I mean, I made it out of that one. Another crazy call was when I put nitrous on the R6 and I took the rear wheel off another R6 I had. That rear wheel wasn't balanced, so I dented it. And then I go and race like a Seagull 1000. I hit the nitrous at like full RPM, dude, and the speed wobbles I got were intense. And it wasn't, you only really get speed wobbles when your front tire is in balance and you're accelerating, maybe you hit something, and then it sends it into a weird rotation. And a lot of people are like, why do you get speed wobbles? Blah, blah, blah. Like, you only really get speed wobbles if your front tire isn't balance. Straight up. You give a dent in your rim, tires roll, whatever. But balanced tires at the end of the day are why your bike stays straight. But when your rear tire isn't balanced, it knocks. Man, that was the craziest thing. The bike actually skipped in the air at one point. That Nitro Car 6 is a story. I miss it so much. Besides that, the S1000, the S1000RR. The last time I rode that one, I did a wheelie up my street, and it has a road like this, and I came down the wheelie just like a smidge sideways, and the wheel like slid off, and the whole chassis went back and forth. There's moments when you're riding, and those moments when those things happen, and you're like, as it's happening, you're like, okay, about to wake up in the hospital. About to not remember any of this. About to be folded. Wife's gonna get that call. Yeah, I need that knife to start sticking bag. Besides that, I don't know. I do remember I remember bombing a really big hill when I was younger. I had a skateboard, longboard wheels on it, risers. I got around campus. And dude, my buddies and I were shit faced one night, and this hill was massive. I don't even think anyone's bombed it since. And you get to the point where you're going so fast on a skateboard or longboard. Longboards are a little different. They hold their straight pretty well. You can do astronomically faster speeds on a longboard than a skateboard. Because a skateboard, a little too much turning, and you'll wobble so fast. And so you have to put all your weight on the front trucks, and then you kind of let your rear end your rear legs hang out. But yeah, we bought this, and at the bottom of this hill, it wasn't even a hill. 45 degrees, probably a solid 150 meters. I always think of things in meters. Dude, we're heading down this hill together. There's three of us. And my one friend bails off halfway through. And I just hear him behind me bail off. And I hear his feet thump, thump, thump. And then him just eat shit, dude. It just tumble. Big fucking hit. And then, so I'm like, okay, I need to stay committed. And my buddy's in front of me still. And then at the bottom, when it goes straight level, it turns into those ripples, and it's an intersection. And the light was red as we're going down, and I'm like, dear God, if this doesn't turn green, yeah, that's another dead situation. Turn green, and we made it. Do I miss the red S1K? Of course, please, sir. I mean, I don't miss it. The crazy story about the S1K, actually, it's gone. Totally. Never going to be like, and I'm sure it's probably parted out in a dumpster or something. But so yeah, I bought that S1000RR because when the H2 got totaled, I got paid out dumb. I rebuilt the H2 and I had a bunch of money left over, so I bought the CX6R, which was my dream 600. And I bought the S1000 double, which was my dream 1000, and the red and white one premium. Like those were literally, I sought those specific bikes. I really wanted a 2020 CX6R, the orange one, the Graz. I couldn't find it. So I settled for the 19. But anyway, when I moved to Arizona, I had the Africa Twin on the rear, or the front stand. I put the fork stand on it, but I didn't put the rear stand on it. And have you ever rode with Max Wrist? Dude, Moto 2. Serious? I was half of Max Wrist for the first 5 years. The first 3 years of Max Wrist, I was like 70% of it. Team friendship. Dude, crazy. Okay, I got crazy stories. We can keep going if you guys are down with this. Because these are good. This is juicy shit. The earpiece that I'm thinking in my time. This is juicy. Okay, so let me finish the S1K story. I bought that S1K as like basically as a trophy for what I had done for Max Riz and Saga. I just bought it because it was simply a trophy for me. I just wanted it because, like, okay, this was what made Max Riz, and this was the pinnacle of my media creation and all my hard ass work. It's kind of my trophy, right? That's why I bought it. Anyway, so I had the African Twin on the front fork stand, and it ended up falling over on the S1K, scratching the tank, scratched the fairing, and tore the seat suspension. And those three things, like, killed me on the inside. I was so upset about it. Like, no way I'm ever going to be able to make this look perfect again, without dumping money into it. I don't want to do that. And they were also like, because I'd been riding on the track a lot too, so there were like rock chips or rocks hit you don't have to tape your lights necessarily. You usually do it so if there's glass, it doesn't shatter on the track, and also like you don't want the cracks. But I didn't give a fuck, and so there were rocks that hit it, and nasty damage to the lights. So I was sad. The bike wasn't, it wasn't perfect, right? It wasn't the trophy bike. Anyway, I still ripped the shit out of it for a bit, and then, when we had to buy a house, we sold mine, we sold James RS660, sold the beach for 10 grand. And so I posted the S1000RR for sale for $10,000, right? Which pristine S1000RR, premium edition, electronic suspension, all OEM, clean title, had like 15,000 miles on it. It's a really nice bike. And I feel like it is what it is. And I had hundreds of inquiries on it, right? This one guy, though, in particular, just stood out. He seemed like he had his shit together. He had another sport bike. He tried for a while. And I vetted a lot of these people. I asked them about, like, their experience. I looked at their profile, like, if they were riding a Gixxer. Obviously, I didn't give them one today. But for the most part, I was looking to make sure it was going for someone who wasn't going to kill himself. Right? This guy was like, yeah, dude, I know who you are. I really want it. I want to pay everything you're asking. I told the whole situation, blah, blah. And then I was like, yeah, I definitely want to go out for a ride with you to see you ride and make sure you can handle this, right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. So we go out for a ride. We He can handle his own. I saw him do some wheelies. I think he was responsible, nothing crazy. What up, Yemeni? Love you too, bro. And so I was like, all right, deal. You can buy it. So he came over, he bought it. And when I sell something that I really love, like the Carbon R1, when I gave it to that guy, I told him, because I spent hundreds of hours building that bike, and I didn't make fucking jack shit on that giveaway. I made $1,000 because I had to split it with Max Riz, and I had to split it with the two investors that I had. And so we only made $4,000. We each got $1,000 off it, and it sucked because I did all the work, but it water under it. And I told that guy, I was like, if you ever sell this bike, please tell me. I would love the opportunity to buy it back. I do that when I sell things that I really like. Like obviously the Nitrous R6, I told Red, he knows what we're doing. I told him straight up, never sell this. Yeah. But yeah, Carbon R1 guy, he sold that out. He never sold this new. For sure, yeah, man. I'll sign like no problem. The guy I sold the S1K to, well, like a month or two later, he flips them to make a buck. He made like 1,800. I don't know, he sold for 12 or 13 grand to some kid. Didn't bet him, nothing. Didn't give a fuck. Only cared about making kidnaps. Fuck, everyone's turning up. And flipped it to this kid for some money. And anyway, that kid killed himself on it a month later. And that hurts. It hurts to know that the bike I had cared so much about and was so thorough with selling, was so quickly pawned off for $1. And then the guy who sold it to that kid, like obviously this, I have a lot. I mean, just because I have such a following, I have a lot of. I hear all the stories, everything I ever sell and do. I know all the backstories, the background information on it, and so like when something like this happens, I hear about it. I hear about it. Like people tell me. People tell me about Spidey and the fact that he's sending out our text message conversations and twisting stories around. Like, I know, I hear everything. Like, I know Spidey's going to a fucking track day this weekend. Like, I just know, I know too much. I'm pretty informed. And he's like, I think, yeah, told one of my buddies. He came up to me and, another thing too is I told him, I was like, buy an airbag vest. And he did. He ended up buying a nice Eli airbag vest, the one I had. The S1K guy did. But he didn't give the airbag vest to the kid who was buying the S1000. No, he sold the airbag vest. He reached out to me to sell the airbag vest. And I hooked my buddy up with it because I want my friends to have airbag vests. I don't want to lose any more friends. And but still, we had to make even a little more money. We didn't money right on suicide. So they had no idea it was very skilled. And anyway, I see him at a bike meet. He's like, "Hey man, yeah, I know you heard about what happened." I'm like, I couldn't even. I am like so blunt. It's difficult for me to look someone in the eye that I've lost all respect for. And when I heard this story, I lost all respect. And so I don't even look at him in the eye. I'm just like, yeah, man, shit happened. It's out of your control. I try to make him feel better. I can tell it's heavy on him. It's something that's going to live with him forever. And it should. You shouldn't be. Money shouldn't come over someone's life. If you're selling superbikes, you're basically selling a weapon. And people don't understand that. People don't care. Like, that's why it's so fucked up that, a new rider could walk into a dealership and buy a superbike and the sales rep do it. So, because they don't care. They want their commission. They don't give a shit how long this person lasts or if they can handle it or if it's comfortable for them, a good bike for them. No. Oh, that's the one you want? Let's go. Alright. Anyway, they told my friends, like, oh, I think Max had it. Told me that. My buddy told me that. I was like, yeah, no shit. No, dude, I'm stoked with you. Everything's cool. Like, sorry, I'm not Jesus. I'm not gonna forgive you for something like that. I mean, I'll console you, and if you want to confide in me, I'll listen. I'm not gonna say, yeah. I'm not gonna act like I'm happy. That was pretty fun. Sure. Anyway, circling back, you guys want some good tea? This is some good tea. I definitely will tell a much more in-depth story when I start like. But okay, so I don't know if you guys remember. Oh shit, Cody, you're out. You can see my glasses. It's a big buzz. Man's got marijuana. He's got drugs. 5 cops for one guy. Classic. So crazy shit. You guys remember, right? When I went out there to get the RV, when Rristy and I were going to RVs travel the country, right? Do you guys remember Rristy Girl? Rristy Girl here. Rristy Girl here. Does anyone remember Rristy? Let's rewind it a bit. Do you remember the guy who broke his leg? He went over the edge. He was chasing the red Lamborghini. He went over the edge, broke his leg, was in the ditch overnight, and then got heli back out. You remember this story? Remember that video? I know it's been re-edited. I know it's been seen by a million, at least. Okay, so circling back. Okay, so this is back in California when Rristy and I were living. So, God. I don't know if I could spill this tea. It's a big tea bag. I don't know. Yo, what up, Dave's Ghost? You gotta jump on Twitch. Dude, it's a fucking wild story. Wild. It's crazy. All right, well, I'll go through it. I'm gonna do it I'm gonna do it how I can, okay? And I'm gonna do it in the most respectful way possible. Describe this. Okay, so this is a crazy story. It's long.
motherfucking back. Oh.
So that kid hit up Rristy. I didn't even know about it, but he hit up Rristy. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we're here for spit scores, right? So he hit up Rristy and he was like, "Hey, I'm a photographer, upcoming photographer. I want to do a photo shoot." And Rristy was like, "Okay, come on out to Azusa. That's where we always rode." And yeah, come on out, take some photos. He's like, some supercars are coming out. We had like a supercar rental booking, like a company. They were coming out to showcase their cars and shit. Shoot some videos. So I was with my wife somewhere, and I was going to come meet him out there, do the shoot. And I had to go see some family in Long Beach, so I was only able to like come for a little portion of it. And anyway, I didn't even know that this photographer was there or anything. So I get there, and there's no photographer. But I didn't even know that was a thing set up. I didn't know anything about it. Right? I get there. Anyway, we're gonna rewind. So Rristy was with them, and they were taking pictures together, whatever. And then evidently he was all packed up, the photographer, and Rristy was like gonna chase this red Lamborghini up Medusa. So the red Lamborghini takes off, Rristy takes off. Evidently the photographer takes off after. I don't know if Rristy knew this kid was chasing him or not. But Rristy has 360 footage. And Rristy's going up chasing him, and the kid's trying to chase the Lambo. And the kid can't ride shit. He had his VX10 or something and had no idea how to ride. And the first big corner, he was overshooting corner speed. And then that corner came, and he just target fixated, went over the edge, and was gone. Right? And like literally, it's kind of like he just disappeared. And then Rristy's chasing him up and chasing the Lambo up and like passing the Lambo, and Rristy pulls to the side. Lambo goes past Rristy, and Rristy gives a little too much throttle and ends up high-siding his CBR. And then I get there, and then Rristy's bike's all fucked up. Luckily, I had an extra canister for the airbag vest, so I loaded another canister in for him. His airbag went off. Risky was fine. High-sided, went over the bars, was completely fine because of the airbag. I just replaced the canister. I zip-tied his fairings up, and he was ready to rip. So we just kept ripping. And I was ripping the supercars, whatever, and then I headed out. I had to see my family in Long Beach. And then Anyway, I came back home. And, at the end of the day, it's just Rristy and I just smoking blunts and stuff editing. And then I'm getting these messages from like his mom, his girlfriend at the time, his friends. Quite a few people hit us up. And I was like, I checked DMs at that time, and I was like, yo, Rristy, like, there's a photographer out there, like, is he good? Rristy's like, yeah, dude, he's probably playing boogie or something. Like, he's fine. Okay. All right, I just like, Rristy's probably right. He met him. I have no idea what this guy's situation is with his family or girlfriend. I don't fucking know, And then go to bed that night, and then we wake up in the morning, and it's like, yo, Rristy is still keeping contacting us about it. Dude, I don't fucking know. That's not, our responsibility. It's like, yeah, but like, dude, what if he like went over? I literally said, I was like, what if he like went over the edge or something, and he's down in the ditch, like, fuck. It's like, oh man, like, if you want to care that much, go check or something. So I was like, okay, I'll go fucking check. And so I jumped on. I had a CBR 900 RR at the time, all red 900 96. The original fire. But what up, 420 R1 Rider? Dude, are you in LA? I could totally use a smoke session. Anyone in LA? taxi story time. This whole time is a story time. But so I'm heading up Azusa, right? Like as I'm heading up Azusa, as I'm heading there, CHP flying past me, lights on. CHP flying past me, lights on. Ambulance flying past me, lights on. Fucking helicopter flying overhead. I am thinking, holy fuck, something happened, right? And I'm just like praying. I'm like, hopefully it's just a car accident. I keep going up. And I get to the point where I'm seeing him getting airlifted out of there. You know, stretcher to the helicopter, getting airlifted out. And I'm like, oh fuck, that's him. I see his mom, and I follow his mom down. And I'm like, and his mom like pulls over at the bottom of the canyon to like make phone calls and stuff and like tell everyone what happened. And like, her son, obviously, pull up next to her, and I'm like, I am so sorry about this on behalf of Max Wrist. Like we had no idea anything was going on. Hold on. I gotta look up directions. And I was like trying to like apologize and be sorry, like trying to just like I was genuinely like fucking like trying to cover our ass so we can pay to go about our day and not be sued for God knows what. I don't even know at this point. We had no legal issues at the moment, and I was like, yo, I apologize. But the bottom of my heart, I was like sad. Like, I was like, oh shit about it, like obviously. And she goes, awesome. Yeah, like, yeah, I don't fucking sue your ass. You know, I work in litigation or I do I'm gonna fucking run you to the ground, you piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I'm just like, I understand when situations can't be diffused. And I'm just like, all right, well, I am horribly sorry. If there's anything we can do, please don't hesitate to reach out. Right? And I go back home and I tell Rristy, and I'm like, dude, you're going to hit yourself. I tell him the situation. He's like, Rristy doesn't have, like, crazy fucking shit can happen. And he never really has, like, a shocking reaction. Like, it's not like a shock. He doesn't really have, there is no shock factor. And so he's just like, like raises his brows, like, and scratches his hands. Okay, and so his wheels are turning, right? And then, like, the next day, he's like, yeah, so his mom's coming over to get, I'm going to give her some, like, Max Wrist merch. And he goes, gives her some Max Wrist merch. He's out there for a second, talking to her for a while and whatnot. This, what do you call it this domino affects quite quickly into a physical relationship. Okay. Yeah, I'm driving the big rig, driving the RV. Brad's sleeping in the back. So him and her have a relationship going. And then her son, gets out of hospital finally, and I'm like, okay, I meet up with them, and I'm like, I feel like horrible for the situation. I'm like, dude, let's work together. You want to help us out, like work together on media, and so we hire him. And we started paying him, and he's working with us, and taking editing and doing good stuff and everything. And it works out for a while. And then when Rristy went to Tail the Dragon, that's when I bought the RC51 and met him out there. Anyway, there was some girl out there in Florida at the time who really wanted to meet him. He came up to meet him at Tail the Dragon, and they hit it off quite quickly, and they had some good nights together. And so this girl is like very energetic, doesn't really have anything going for her. She's like, I'm down for whatever. And like, anyway, that's Rristy Girl. Rristy Girl is the one from Florida. Rristy Woman is the mother in California. Rristy Woman ends up like, I became friends with her. My wife became great friends with her. We were so tight and cool with her. Like, she was an awesome person. When we were hanging out with her, everything was great. Like, we got along great. She was very free spirited, and she was just a blast to be around. But she wasn't able to come with us on this road trip when we were going to go take the RV to go travel. But Rristy Girl, she was ready. She was ready for it, right? And so Rristy basically signed her on to be a part of, the travels and whatnot. And that's when she came up and bothered me, was her working her way into the social media game, like working her way into every single one of the stories we were posting, and like trying to get tagged on everything. And like, she was a freaking leech, like almost like a cancer cell to the business. Rristy Girl was. And then one day when Rristy and I were out just smashing, dude, he was just smashed so hard, and he was trying to pull up just like the nastiest, fastest wheelies and dropping it down. And dude, at one point we just hear boom. And I was like, what the fuck? And we get to the gas station, and it's a CBR frame just cracked. Just cracked. Like literally, like gone. The only thing that was holding it together was the motor. You know what I mean? Like the motor mounts to the frame. Like if the motor mounts to the frame weren't there, the frame would just fall apart. He was still able to rip it and ride it, but it was like, he's like, I can't really ride this much longer. And at this point, I was like, and Rristy Woman hated Rristy Girl because Rristy Girl was making her way into videos, and Rristy Girl is a horrible fucking rider. Horrible. Just a cancerous rider. And pulling away from content for Rristy and I. Because Rristy and I would go out for vlogs together and talk together and have great conversations. And like, we're a pretty dynamic, we're a very dynamic duo. We get along really well. I know how he is. He knows how I am. We bicker. It's all in good fun. At the end of the day, I know he's faster and crazier than me, and I don't ever challenge that. But when Rristy Girl was there, it was like a wedge between us, man. Like she was a bit of an alcoholic, whiskey all day kind of thing. She was the one who ran into Jane and I when we were on the motorcycle. She dropped over her R6. I don't know if you saw that video. It was like the biggest fucking deal that her brake lever broke off. And it's like, I've ridden without a handlebar on my bike. I've broken a handlebar off and I've ridden it all over. Shredded a canyon with one handlebar. Like, and you're going to tell me that you're going to have issues with the front brake? And then Rristy's like, I got to head home with her for the day. And I'm like, what? So you're leaving an entire day of media so she could just go home and what? And then every time we were out, she was always synced into our headsets. It's so fucking annoying. And wanting to get in the camera of Rristy's at every moment. Horrible rider. You know, and like a big thing when I watch one riding too, when staggered riding is so important. You know, you always need if everyone hits their brakes, you need to be able to just coast forward and not hit anything. So like even in traffic, it's kind of good to maintain a middle lane if it's a shit ton of traffic, because if everyone stops on their brakes, worst case scenario is you just go through the middle of the cars a little bit, get on your brakes, and you're okay. But no, she would ride directly behind Rristy like this, and like, you know, Rristy will stop on the brakes, pull the fucking wheelie, like you don't know what he's gonna do. I know what he didn't do, but she doesn't. And it was bad. And so I was like, we gotta get this cancer out of here. So, and I was still talking to Rristy Woman regularly, and I was like, yo, Rristy Woman, like, yo, you can swing an S1000 RR. Rristy will dunk this girl. Like, really? And I was like, yes, really. And she's like, okay, let me get back to you. And I like talked to Rristy about it too, but it was so difficult at the time. Hey, you guys watch South Park? You know what succubus is? Succubus is like one of those women that will live suck the life out of one of your friends to the point where they no longer exist. There's nothing left of them. She was like that. You know, I couldn't even have a conversation with them without her and being a step away, listening into every aspect of it. Like if I texted, she'd retext, like this crazy shit like that, right? I got to get to Central California. The influencer track day is on Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow I'm meeting up with a bunch of boys. We're riding on the big road, you know, 245, baby. So I got to get there tonight. We're going to ride the road. Jix Bro's coming, CJ Media, Bob Bacon, Jared. And then I got to get to the Butt Willow by a decent hour. And then I'm doing a cookout with Max Riz, Bunny, and Nick from MBT will be there. And it'll be nice. Saturday is a big influence factor. So, anyway, I finally got Rristy away, and I was like, dude, so what's the game plan? I'm like, if I can swing this, that's 1,000 RR for you. You need to dump her. You need to dump her off, and we need to keep going about business, right? And he's like, all right, yeah, I'm down for that. He's like, I have no problem. He's like, you know, and he's just like, kind of broke the chain. I think I'll meet you guys in Wisconsin. We're in Chippewa Falls. And I found an S1000 RR there for a good price. It's like, good to pull the trigger, and she's like, yes. And then so Rristy took her to freaking back to Florida, dropped her off at home, and bounced, dude. And that's how we came about that. Yeah, I'm riding Sunday too, for sure. Yeah, so that's all you gotta do. Here, offer your boy a bike. Bail on a girl. It was definitely one of our best businesses. Yeah, for sure. That was huge. I would have ruined it. And it just sucked because then Rristy Woman, she basically jumped on the train, Rristy, which I was like, I understand. Like, you know, you spent all this money on a bike. But then when she jumped on, you know, it slowly became that when Rristy and I were still together in Tucson, we were fine, right? That was when I first started. Like, we weren't doing financially the best at the time because the watch time on hard riding videos is not very good. You know, you get low watch time. You get a large audience because, you know, there's no speaking English. So you get, you know, But you get a lot of third world country, which is a low CPM. And your CPM is like your cost per 1,000 views. It's like how much you pay per 1,000. RPM is what you specifically. CPM is what the advertising. But yeah, I started doing daily videos that year. I was like, all right, New Year resolution for me. I'm just gonna make daily videos. I don't really care what the hell they are. I remember the first one I did was this. I pretended to get the dirt bike stolen. Like I had some like guy named he like pushed me off. It was corny. It did great, but it definitely taught me like, okay, don't fake videos anymore, Maxie, because you got a lot of hate for it. Understand? And then, funny story. Like a month later, then dirt bike actually gets stolen. Karma, right? But yeah, and then Rristy was so attached to this Daytona bike week shit in Florida, so he dipped out of Tucson and went out to Florida for Daytona bike week with Rristy woman, and that's when she kind of started to, get a bit of a what do you call that, possessive over the brand, and that's when it started becoming a problem again. And Rristy was like, let's do a GoFundMe battle. You and Jane can do like a GoFundMe for a house. I'll do a GoFundMe for a 2020 S1000. We'll see who wins. And like Jane and I tried it for a second, but like I am so bad at pitching people to like just making that looks like I can't. Like I don't. At the end of the day, I don't need people to just give me the money. It's just, I mean, it helps, of course, right? And like when it comes to these live stream donations, like I'm not making a penny off it right now. I'm literally giving it to Harsh because Harsh is helping me so much with the live stream. I want to get him going on making money, hustling. So that's why it helps, but I couldn't push the GoFundMe at all, but he kept pushing in 2020, and he got it. And when he got his S1K, was when he was like, "Yo, we should split ways." And I was just thinking, okay, so you get a new S1000, you get a good situation, and you're ready to bounce off each other. That's what I was pissed, but nah, she definitely started becoming possessive of the Max Wrist brand, and that hurt our relationship, and we were no longer like able to really hang out because we were doing separate things. So, but long story short, she got that S1000 RR back, and now her son ready. That is Azusa. Crazy how things work. Maybe she'll be at the track day. Wait, 420 R1 rider, are you in Visalia? Oh, yeah, pretty good story. Oh, Newport. What? Wait, 420 R1 ride. Are you coming on Saturday? You have to. You have to come to the Influencer track day. Right up there, Buttonwillow Raceway. Who's 420 R1 rider? I don't know. You can't just come in with a I don't know 420 R1 rider. You got to remind me. You know how much shit I forget every day? Oh, you're coming. You're coming. I mean, just because it's full doesn't mean you can't come and spectate. Hang out. Wait, 420 R1 rider. Who are you? Oh, you're right. Sunday. Okay, I'll be there. I'll still be there ripping. I don't know how fast I'm gonna be, how worn out I'll be, but I'll be here ripping. You know me. Charlie? Gavin. Gavin knows these stories. He already knows them. Yeah, it's a good story though. Dude, are you stoked? Are you and Rristy so cool? I mean, I don't ever like see you in ride with them. Do you still talk to him? Weren't you and Bunny like really close? I don't even know. I really don't know like the dynamics of anyone's relationships or how anything's going down. I do know Rrisky's like in Orange County too, I think, right? Things end bad with two and what? Oh, you were. Oh, dude, I totally forgot Windbreaker. How far do I have to go? Probably 3.5 more hours. What? GMX dip? Harbor. Good to see you. I'll be live streaming this week to you. I'll have Brad do some too. No, I don't need a jacket Saturday. It's just for tomorrow. Tomorrow's my only cash riding. I said, yeah, I'm a big boy. Dude, so what happened? Dude, Gavin has a story to tell us. Just tell us about the fire and all that. I'm curious. I mean, I'm going all the way up to Visalia. I'm going to be trucking for a minute. Dude, I'm tripping it. Yo, everyone should hit exclamation mark of the points. See what everyone's points are. Yeah, dogs always get the shitty end of the deal when it comes to disasters like that. I think it's got 50 volts. Rad is sleeping in the back. Fully twisted 100. Yeah, he's fully twisted 139. Moto 2. You should do exclamation point gamble space 20. See if you can't make it. Yeah, no, this Scott's pulled out into like a queen size stuff. 5,000. Come on, Moto 2, do a little gamble. Exclamation point gamble 20. Come on. Oh fuck. My bad, dude. Try one more time. My bad, bro. True. True, Moto. Come on. Exclamation point gamble space 8. Come on, you got this. The next one will work. Trust me. Ooh, maybe you can't gamble a day. I mean, yeah, I'll open the RV. Shit, I'd light up a fucking blunt right now. I definitely have an issue making it through the grapevine at a decent speed, though. Dude, you can't even gamble 5. The men gamble probably 10. Right. Sound good right now. Oh, we're almost at a half tank of gas. We're 300 miles. Pretty good going 300 miles non-stop. Good stop. Whoa. Fully twisted. 159. My MPG. I don't know. I guess we'll find out the next stop, right? RV is a gasoline V10 Triton. It's a fresh motor. It's probably like maybe 18,000 miles on it. Dabs at the track this weekend. Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely not dabbing. I don't even know how much smoke Sunday. We got a lot of shit to do Sunday. Probably start packing up like 3 or so. Oh, yeah, I'll be smoking Saturday all day. But Saturday is the big day. I won't really have any issues. Doing my thing Saturday. And I might even have some beer. I'm not much of a dabber though, especially when I'm trying to throw down like a hot lap. Really do it for me. No gambling Sunday. No, I'm heading home Sunday. I'll probably start packing up like 3 or 4. Slowly making my way home. We'll see how Rad's feeling. Rad's probably gonna be feeling pretty good. We're resting out. Sleep good tomorrow. Next chill day. I do need to get some eat. It keeps hitting the day. Later go to. We're down to like 2 people. What's the count at? What's the viewer count at? Are we down to the final 3? It's got to be early. Oh my God, it's 2 a.m. already. Still 3.5 hours away. 6 people. Damn. Pretty good. We've got 6 people. Yeah, 2 a.m. It's like 5 a.m. We're gonna start getting. I'm getting it at 6 a.m. You know how much that sucks? It sucks because I don't even know if I can get out of sleep. This has to be the most enduring stream on Twitch, though, right now. Sure. So happy I get to pay the gasoline price in California. All right, 420 riders, head out. Get on out of here. Go to bed. What up, Jessica Epps? I'm streaming on Twitch. Sorry. If you're on YouTube, I can't really read your comments. Coming up on here, it's like spontaneous and coming up. Definitely jump on Twitch if you want to shoot the shit. I see every Twitch comment. For some reason, YouTube. Oh, they all just came through. There's Demon Dude. I see you now, but I wouldn't. Demon Dude. Damn, you got bolts. I don't know why it does that. It's so crazy. I say YouTube a couple times and then it works. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, come on over to Twitch. I can read your comments. Helps keep me company. I have about 3 hours left. Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube. So the comments like sometimes come in. It's weird. I don't get it. Twitch is the shit. I mean, we're cruising. We're getting it done. I wish I had a Tesla. Shit, dude. We have a Model X Tesla. I don't know if it can tow this trailer though. But if it can self-drive and tow the trailer, isn't everybody monetized on Twitch? I didn't think that was like a. I thought they immediately monetized. You know? Are you a partner on Twitch? Demon dude, he's on Twitch now. Oh yeah. Yo. Yo, Demon dude, if you do exclamation points in here on Twitch, your points carry over. Oh, dude, John's on Demon Office in here. Damn, it's not. Yeah, it does. Definitely serious grind to get to partner. Dude, Demon dude, what year? They stop me like a flying J and take a shower. It's so weird when you pull an all-nighter, your body just like it's what? TT Day? TV? What up, T? TTD? 05. What? You got the Godzilla? What up, Dana? What's going on here? Driving the RV, literally. Wheels right here. Going through LA right now. We have gone 300 miles and we have about 300 more. Halfway through the trip, boys. Hey, Dana, come on over to thanks. Hey, Dana, come on over to Twitch, hang out. Definitely helps us, helps me keep going. I'm trying my heart out here. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie with you, Demon Dude. I can definitely rebuild '05 Dixon 1000. I think I can do it by heart. I know how to line up the cams. I know what you see. I know how to do timing. I know how to do valve. Shit, I might even know the valve specs. What's for dinner Saturday? Whatever Bunny's making. We're posted up right next to each other. We're both in RV spots. I haven't seen Rristy in so long. I'm really excited. I haven't seen Rristy since 2021. 4 years it's been. That's crazy. What spot I'm in? I don't know what spot I'm in. I just paid him for it. That's right. I mean, stakes out high. But yeah, I definitely got to hang out with I got to hang out with all the influencers. If I can buy them, they're definitely expecting a fun time. So I got to be entertained. That was a long time. Sure. I haven't even really had any opportunities right to get involved. Couldn't get a paved spot. Shoot, paved spots were gone. Damn, that's crazy. What time is it over there right now? It's about 2:30 in the morning, 30 a.m. I don't really care. Me, dude. Shit. I'm even down for that. I'm not picky. Where are you at, David? You got me over. Might be losing you guys. Can you still hear me? We've gone through an entire earbud. Let's see. Can you guys still hear me? Can you still hear me if I do this? It's still working. Oh, no. Wait, can you hear me? Hello? Can you guys hear me right now? Or is it horrible audio? Just tell me. Oh, Natalie, you can hear me? Sounds fine? Alright, we're set for another 3 hours. Longest Twitch stream, right? Letting in and out. I don't know if we'll be able to do this while driving. Hello. Is it staticky? Shitty. I know exactly right. Nothing's. It's not coming out of her. All right, yeah. Catch you. See you Saturday. Whenever you're coming.